Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. Thomas Jefferson is remembered as the man who wrote some of the most famous words in American history, words about liberty, equality, and the rights of mankind. But the life behind those words was far more complicated than the sentence carved into memory. He was a scholar who loved books, a planter whose world depended on slavery, a revolutionary who feared strong government, a president who doubled the size of the nation, and an old man who died surrounded by debt while his language became part of America's national scripture. Few founders helped invent America as powerfully as Jefferson did, and few reveal its contradictions so clearly. To follow his life is to follow the country from colonial Virginia into revolution, from handwritten arguments in Philadelphia into the presidency, from Monticello's elegant rooms into the vast unsettled questions of expansion, race, democracy, and memory. Before we begin, take a moment to let the day loosen its grip. If you enjoy these long-form history journeys, a like and subscription help Quiet Chronicles keep bringing new full stories each week. And if you are listening from a city, a small town, a night shift, a long drive, or somewhere far from Virginia, let us know in the comments where this story is reaching you. You can also leave a person, topic, story, or era you would like us to cover next. Sometimes the best future journeys begin with a single suggestion from someone listening quietly in the dark. For now, the story begins not with a president, not with a monument, and not even with the Declaration of Independence, but with a boy born into the hills, rivers, books, plantations, and inherited expectations of colonial Virginia. Chapter 1: A Boy Among Books and Plantations. Thomas Jefferson entered the world on April 13th, 1743, in the Virginia Piedmont, where the settled edges of English America were still pressed against forest, river, and mountain. His birthplace, Shadwell, stood in Albemarle County, far from the older tidewater mansions that had shaped Virginia's first planter aristocracy. The colony already had its great families, its assemblies, its tobacco wealth, and its long habit of looking toward London for law, fashion, and authority. Yet Jefferson's earliest world was not quite the world of the coast. It belonged to the interior, where land still had the feeling of possibility, and where a man's future could be measured in acres not yet cleared. His father, Peter Jefferson, helped give that world its shape. He was a planter, but he was also a surveyor, and surveying mattered in a colony that kept stretching itself westward. To survey land was to turn rough country into property, to give lines to forest, to make a map where there had been distance, slope, creek, and ridge. Peter Jefferson's work placed him among men who understood that power in Virginia did not rest only in inherited name. It also rested in the ability to measure, acquire, manage, and defend land. In that sense, Thomas Jefferson was born into a household where the future was already being drawn in lines across paper. Peter Jefferson was not a polished aristocrat in the oldest Tidewater style, but he was capable, ambitious, physically strong, and trusted by important men. He helped survey the boundary between Virginia and North Carolina, and he contributed to maps that made the interior more legible to officials, speculators, and settlers. Such work required mathematics, endurance, local knowledge, and a willingness to move through rough country with chain, compass, and field notes. It also required a colonial confidence that land could be made orderly by being measured. Long before Thomas Jefferson wrote about liberty, his father had helped transform geography into possession. Jane Randolph Jefferson, Thomas's mother, brought a different kind of inheritance into the household. Through her Randolph family connections, the young Jefferson belonged to one of Virginia's recognized networks of gentility. Kinship carried weight in colonial society, not in a decorative sense, but in the practical business of marriage, office, credit, education, and reputation. A boy born to Peter Jefferson and Jane Randolph received more than food, shelter, and a family name. He received entry into a world where people knew who his relations were, where introductions mattered, and where a young man's prospects were quietly shaped before he had done anything himself. Shadwell was therefore both frontier and privilege. It was not a poor household, and Jefferson did not grow up outside power. At the same time, it lacked the settled grandeur that later generations would associate with Monticello. The plantation world around him rested on enslaved labor, on crops, on household management, on the rhythms of planting and building, and on the legal assumption that some human beings could be held as property. This fact belonged to Jefferson's life from the beginning. It was not an interruption that entered later, after philosophy and politics. It was part of the ground beneath him. A child in that world learned rank early, even before he learned the language used to defend it. White planter children saw adults command enslaved people as part of ordinary household order. They saw land treated as family destiny, heard names of kin and neighbors spoken with precise awareness of standing. For Jefferson, whose later mind would move toward abstractions of natural right and human equality, childhood unfolded inside arrangements that had already decided who counted as independent and who did not. The contradiction was not waiting at the end of his life. It was present at the beginning, in the house, the fields, and the legal order that protected them. Education began early, and in Jefferson's case, it became one of the central habits of his existence. As a boy, he studied first under local tutors, including William Douglas, who taught him Latin, Greek, and French. The old classical curriculum may seem distant from the Virginia countryside, but for ambitious colonial families, it opened the door into law, public speech, scripture, history, and gentlemanly accomplishment. Latin and Greek were not merely ornamental subjects, they were marks of discipline and social claim, evidence that a boy from the interior could enter the world of books shared by lawyers, ministers, planters, and statesmen. Jefferson's mind seems to have taken naturally to this life of study. Later accounts of him often emphasize the range of his curiosity, and although such memories can become polished by admiration, the basic pattern is clear enough. He read with appetite, collected knowledge, and came to treat learning as a form of self-command. Music also entered early, especially the violin, which remained one of his lifelong pleasures. Books and music gave him private refinement, but they also served a public purpose. In 18th century Virginia, cultivation was a social language. A man who could read law, quote classical authors, play music, and discuss science, carried a certain kind of authority into rooms where rank was being measured. After his first schooling, Jefferson studied under the Reverend James Morey, a learned Anglican clergyman whose school prepared boys for advanced study. Maury's instruction deepened Jefferson's classical education and placed him among other sons of Virginia families being trained for public life. The routine was demanding. Boys worked through grammar, translation, ancient history, and moral instruction, carrying old European texts into a colonial landscape that was still expanding around them. It is worth pausing over the strangeness of that combination. A young Virginian could study Roman Republican virtue in the morning and return in the same day to a society built on monarchy, empire, hierarchy, and slavery. Peter Jefferson's death in 1757 changed the structure of his son's life. Thomas was only 14. The death of a father in a planter household was not merely a private sorrow, though it was that first. It also raised questions of inheritance, guardianship, estate management, and future responsibility. Peter left land and status behind him, and Thomas, as the eldest son, stood to receive a substantial portion of that world. The boy who had been studying languages and music was now also the future master of property, with all the expectations that came with it. The inheritance included land that would later become central to Jefferson's identity. Near Shadwell stood the mountain he would call Monticello, the little mountain on which he would eventually build the house most closely associated with his name. In youth, it was not yet the architectural expression of his taste and ambition. It was land, elevation, prospect, and possibility. Jefferson would spend much of his life shaping that place, revising it, expanding it, filling it with books, devices, rooms, and views. But before all that, it belonged to the inheritance of a father who had understood land in the practical terms of surveying and colonial advancement. Inheritance in colonial Virginia carried duties as well as privileges. A young man of Jefferson's standing was expected to preserve family reputation, manage property, marry suitably, enter public life if talent allowed, and behave according to the codes of his class. Those codes were not written in a single book, but they governed conduct with considerable force. Hospitality mattered. Debt mattered. Kinship mattered. Public composure mattered. So did the ownership of land and the command of labor. Jefferson's later suspicion of aristocracy did not arise from having lived outside elite society. It arose from within a colonial gentry world whose manners, benefits, and burdens he knew intimately. As Jefferson grew older, his interior life became increasingly tied to books. This is one of the safest statements to make about him, because it remained true from youth to old age. Books were not a pastime around the edges of his life. They were tools, companions, evidence, furniture, and instruments of thought. He would later organize, sell, rebuild, and reorder libraries with remarkable seriousness. In boyhood, the habit was still forming, but the direction was already visible. Knowledge seemed to him something that could be gathered and arranged, much as land could be surveyed and a house could be designed. That impulse toward order did not mean he was simple or settled. Jefferson's mind often moved in several directions at once. He loved reason, but he also loved elegance. He distrusted concentrated authority, yet he enjoyed the refinements made possible by inherited status. He admired rural independence while depending on a plantation system that denied independence to others. These tensions were not yet political doctrines in his youth. They were tendencies in formation, attached to family, education, land, and temperament. A person's contradictions rarely arrive fully named. More often, they grow quietly inside the conditions that make a life possible. Virginia itself was changing while Jefferson was young. The colony's Eastern society remained powerful, but westward movement was drawing men toward new land and new speculation. The British Empire, victorious in some contests and strained by others, governed colonies that were becoming richer, more populous, and more self-conscious. The planter elite still looked across the Atlantic for goods, credit, books, and legitimacy. Tobacco tied Virginia to British merchants, and debt tied many planters to a system of dependence that sat uneasily beside their local pride. Jefferson inherited this world before he began to question parts of it. His early life also gave him a lasting attachment to rural independence. Later, as a political thinker, he would praise the yeoman farmer and imagine the republic resting on citizens tied to land rather than crowded cities or financial systems. That ideal did not come from nowhere. It drew upon the landscape of his youth, upon Virginia habits, upon his father's world of land measurement and estate building, and upon a belief that virtue could be rooted in agricultural life. Yet the ideal always carried a shadow. The agriculture Jefferson knew was not only the agriculture of independent white farmers, it was also the agriculture of enslaved labor, plantation credit, inherited inequality, and forced work. In the years after his father's death, Jefferson's education prepared him for the next stage of life. The boy from Albemarle would go to Williamsburg, to the College of William and Mary, and then into the study of law under George Wythe. There, his private appetite for learning would meet the formal world of courts, statutes, assemblies, and imperial dispute. The books would remain with him, and so would the land. But the quiet formation of childhood was nearing its end. Beyond Shadwell and the Little Mountain, Virginia's capital was waiting, and with it the first sounds of an empire beginning to argue with itself. Chapter 2. The Young Virginian at the Edge of Empire. Thomas Jefferson arrived in Williamsburg as a young man from the Virginia interior, carrying the marks of careful schooling, but still entering a larger world than the one he had known at Shadwell. Williamsburg was not large by the standards of London, Philadelphia, or even Boston, but in Virginia it carried the weight of capital, college town, legal center, and social stage. Its public buildings gave colonial authority a visible shape. Its taverns gathered lawyers, planters, merchants, students, and office holders into rooms where news moved faster than formal letters. For a young Virginian with ambition and reserve, it offered both instruction and measurement. At the College of William and Mary, Jefferson entered an institution that still belonged to an older order of learning. The curriculum rested on classical languages, mathematics, moral philosophy, natural philosophy, and the religious assumptions of an Anglican establishment. Yet the college also exposed him to currents that were not narrow or provincial. Books crossed the Atlantic. Scientific instruments appeared in lecture rooms. Conversations touched Locke, Newton, Bacon, and the wider Enlightenment vocabulary of reason, nature, improvement, and law. Jefferson did not receive a modern education in the later sense, but he entered a world where old forms of schooling were being filled with new intellectual confidence. Williamsburg itself taught lessons no classroom could contain. The House of Burgesses met there. The governor's palace stood there. Courts, assemblies, balls, dinners, auctions, and church services brought together the colony's governing class in visible patterns of deference and rivalry. A young man could watch how influence worked before he possessed much of it. He could see which families greeted one another easily, which lawyers held attention, which planters carried debt behind fine clothing, and which officials spoke as representatives of imperial power. Politics in such a place was not only argument, it was posture, timing, reputation, memory, and access. Jefferson's manners during these years were remembered as controlled, even shy, but shyness did not mean absence. He listened closely. That habit mattered. In public life, he would rarely become a great spoken orator, and he never possessed Patrick Henry's volcanic gift for holding a room. His strength lay elsewhere, in writing, arrangement, private persuasion, intellectual patience, and the long shaping of language before it reached public use. Williamsburg began to reveal that distinction. Some men seemed born for the immediate pressure of speech. Jefferson was learning the quieter force of the prepared sentence. One of the most important figures in this formation was Dr. William Small, a Scottish professor at the college who taught mathematics and natural philosophy. Small recognized Jefferson's ability and became more than an instructor. Through him, Jefferson encountered a disciplined curiosity about the natural world, a style of thought that trusted observation, classification, measurement, and experiment. This mattered because Jefferson's later politics were never separated from his habits of inquiry. He collected plants, fossils, weather records, architectural ideas, languages, maps, and legal precedents with the same underlying belief that knowledge could be ordered and made useful. Small also introduced Jefferson to men whose influence would remain with him. Among them was George Wythe, a lawyer of unusual learning and integrity, and Francis Fauquier, Virginia's lieutenant governor, whose cultivated circle brought music, conversation, and intellectual exchange into the young student's life. Jefferson later remembered evenings spent in such company as formative, and it is easy to understand why. The setting gave him a model of gentlemanly intelligence that joined public affairs with taste, law with science, and political rank with polished conversation. For a young man from Albemarle, this was not merely pleasant society. It was a kind of apprenticeship in how a mind could move among powerful people. George Wythe became the deeper influence. After Jefferson's college studies, he read law under Wythe's guidance, and legal training in 18th century Virginia was not a matter of attending a structured professional school. It meant reading, copying, attending courts, absorbing precedent, studying statutes, learning forms, and watching practicing lawyers turn private disputes into public arguments. Wythe was learned in the common law, but he was also serious in character, more austere than dazzling. Under him, Jefferson encountered law as an immense inherited structure, full of technical language and historical sediment, but also capable of reform when handled by a disciplined mind. A law office could be a quiet place of transformation. Books lined the work. Manuscripts, writs, deeds, and reports trained the eye to notice distinctions. One phrase could decide a property claim. One precedent could alter a family's fortune. A colonial lawyer needed memory but also judgment because Virginia law rested on local statutes, English common law, imperial authority, and the practical customs of a plantation society. Jefferson learned not only how laws were written, but how they arranged power. That lesson would stay with him when he later tried to revise Virginia's legal code and when he helped turn political grievance into constitutional language. Legal study also deepened his awareness of property. In Virginia, lawsuits often concerned land, inheritance, debt, contracts, and enslaved people treated by law as property. The young Jefferson did not learn law in an abstract republic of equal citizens. He learned it in a colonial society whose records preserved inequality in careful handwriting. Deeds named acres. Wills distributed households and human beings. Debt instruments tied planters to merchants and families to creditors. The law gave form to liberty for some and bondage for others, and Jefferson's later legal imagination grew within that divided archive. While Jefferson studied, the British Empire was emerging from war with expanded territory and heavier burdens. The 7 Years' War, known in America as the French and Indian War, had reduced French power in North America and enlarged Britain's imperial responsibilities. Victory brought problems of administration, defense, revenue, and settlement. London looked at the colonies and saw subjects who benefited from imperial protection and ought to help pay its costs. Many colonists looked at London and saw officials who misunderstood colonial rights, local assemblies, and the habits of self-government that had developed over generations. Virginia's elite did not begin as a revolutionary class. Men like Jefferson had been raised inside British identity. They read British books, admired British constitutional language, used British legal forms, bought British manufactured goods, and measured much of their gentility through Atlantic connections. The early disputes with Parliament, therefore, did not begin as a clean break between America and Britain. They began as arguments within an empire, conducted by people who still claimed the rights of Englishmen and expected those rights to have meaning across the ocean. The emotional movement from grievance to independence would take time. The Stamp Act crisis of 1765 gave Jefferson one of his earliest glimpses of that movement. Parliament had imposed a tax on printed materials in the colonies, requiring stamps on legal documents, newspapers, pamphlets, licenses, and other papers. For a society of lawyers, merchants, printers, and legislators, the measure touched daily instruments of public and private life. It also raised a constitutional question that reached far beyond the price of stamped paper. Could Parliament tax colonies that had no elected representatives in Parliament? Or did such taxation violate the rights colonists believed they possessed? Patrick Henry carried that question into the House of Burgesses with a force Jefferson never forgot. Jefferson was still a young observer, not the commanding figure in the chamber. Henry was already something different from the polished gentleman whose manner usually governed public speech. His power lay in directness, timing, biblical resonance, legal instinct, and emotional pressure. He seemed to speak past refinement toward conviction itself. In later memory, Jefferson would describe Henry's oratory as astonishing, and even allowing for the polish of recollection. The event clearly mattered to him. The miniature is important because it shows Jefferson learning what he was not. Henry could seize the living air of politics. Jefferson could admire that power without possessing it. He watched a man turn constitutional theory into public feeling, and the lesson was not lost. Political language had to be more than correct. It had to be memorable, portable, and morally charged enough to pass from assembly rooms into counties, taverns, newspapers, and private letters. Jefferson's own gift would develop in writing, but Henry's example helped show the kind of heat written language might need if it were to move a people. After the Stamp Act crisis, resistance did not proceed in a straight line. Measures were protested, repealed, replaced, argued over, and answered with new assertions of authority. Colonial politics remained full of caution. Many men who disliked parliamentary taxation still feared disorder. Merchants worried about trade. Planters worried about debt and credit. Office holders worried about loyalty, reputation, and imperial displeasure. Jefferson's generation came of age inside this uncertainty, where British identity was still real, but British authority had begun to feel intrusive. During these same years, Jefferson's private life moved according to the expectations of his class. He read law, practiced music, cultivated friendships, and began to take his place among the young men of Virginia's governing society. He was tall, reddish haired, serious, and inclined toward self command. He enjoyed horse riding and music, but books remained the center of his discipline. His account books would later show the habits of a man who bought instruments, furnishings, wine, books, and scientific devices with great interest and too little caution about debt. Even in youth, refinement and financial exposure walked near one another in Virginia gentry life. As a lawyer, Jefferson entered practice with growing success. Legal work brought him into contact with the colony's records and disputes, and it also trained him in the careful management of written argument. He was not merely preparing to become a courtroom advocate. He was preparing, without yet knowing the full shape of it, to become a drafter of public meaning. The same skills that clarified a legal claim could later clarify a political grievance. The same attention to precedent could later help explain why colonists believed Parliament had exceeded its rightful authority. Marriage and household ambition soon joined professional formation. Jefferson would marry Martha Wales Skelton in 1772, after the period of his earliest public awakening, and through that marriage his property, family obligations, and ties to slavery would expand dramatically. Before that marriage, however, the pattern of his adult life was already visible. He was a man of books and land, law and taste, reserve and ambition. Williamsburg had shown him the world of power in miniature. Wythe had trained his legal mind. Henry had shown him the force of political speech. The empire had begun to show him its own strain. The young Virginian who left the stage of life was no longer only Peter Jefferson's son or the heir of Shadwell and Monticello. He had become a lawyer, a gentleman, a student of law and science, a listener to imperial dispute, and a member of a generation whose loyalty was being tested by events larger than personal advancement. The next transformation would come when resistance required not only speeches and resolutions, but written words that could explain a revolution to itself. Jefferson's quiet strength with language was about to meet the crisis for which it seemed almost strangely prepared. Chapter 3: The Pen That Gave a Revolution Its Voice. The document that made Thomas Jefferson famous did not begin as the private inspiration of a solitary man. It began inside a Congress, under pressure, with war already underway and compromise still lingering in the minds of men who had not yet agreed that separation from Britain was unavoidable. By the summer of 1776, the American colonies had crossed many practical lines of resistance, but the final political line still needed language. Soldiers had taken the field. Governors had fled or been displaced. Committees had assumed authority in towns and colonies. Yet independence required more than defiance. It required an explanation that could travel beyond Philadelphia and tell Americans, Britain, and Europe why rebellion had become a claim of right. Jefferson reached that moment as a young delegate from Virginia, still in his early 30s, not the oldest, loudest, or most experienced man in the Continental Congress. He had already gained notice for his political writing, especially in a summary view of the rights of British America, where he had argued that the colonies possessed rights older and deeper than parliamentary command. His reputation was the reputation of a learned and forceful writer rather than a commanding speaker. In that room, such a reputation mattered. Congress had many men who could debate. It needed someone who could gather the argument into words that seemed at once legal, moral, historical, and plain enough to be remembered. The path to independence moved through Richard Henry Lee of Virginia, who introduced the resolution declaring that the United Colonies were and ought to be free and independent states. Lee's resolution did not settle every mind at once. Delegates still faced instructions from their colonies, uncertainty about foreign alliances, fear of military defeat, and the grave legal meaning of treason. Congress therefore separated the act of voting for independence from the work of explaining it. A committee was appointed to draft the Declaration. Its members were Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. The committee's existence reminds us that even the most famous sentence in American political memory came through procedure. John Adams later said that Jefferson was chosen to draft the text because he had a reputation for literature, because he was from Virginia, and because Adams himself was thought by some to be too strongly disliked. Adams had worked hard for independence, but he understood the importance of presentation. A Virginian author gave the Declaration sectional balance. A younger man with polished prose could write without appearing to dominate. Franklin, older and internationally known, added weight by his presence even when he was not the principal draftsman. Sherman and Livingston represented other colonial interests. The committee itself was a small map of the political union still being made. Jefferson drafted the Declaration in lodgings in Philadelphia, away from the full noise of Congress, but never outside its pressure. He worked with earlier materials, including colonial declarations, state papers, common law arguments, Enlightenment language, and the long tradition of English rights. His genius lay less in inventing every idea than in arranging familiar claims with unusual force and clarity. The opening made independence part of a wider human order. The central accusation turned George III into the responsible figure for repeated injuries. The conclusion moved from explanation to political separation. What might have been a list of grievances became something larger because the first principles gave the grievances a moral frame. A fair account of Jefferson's authorship must hold two facts together. He wrote the first draft, and the first draft mattered. Yet the Declaration was never only his possession. Adams and Franklin made suggestions before the text went to Congress, and Congress itself edited the document heavily. Some changes were stylistic, others were political. Jefferson resented many of the cuts, as authors often do when committees handle their sentences. Still, the revisions show the Declaration becoming not the expression of one mind alone, but the voice of a coalition trying to survive the consequences of its own decision. One of the most significant deletions concerns slavery. Jefferson's draft included a charge against the king for sustaining the slave trade, language that condemned the trade while leaving untouched the deeper fact of colonial slavery itself and Jefferson's own participation in it. Congress removed the passage, partly because delegates from slaveholding colonies would not accept it, and partly because northern commercial interests had also been involved in the trade. The deletion has a cold importance. At the very moment when Congress declared natural rights, it refused to place slavery at the center of its public indictment. The contradiction was not hidden from history. It was written, debated, cut, and left beneath the final text. The sentence that would become the Declaration's most famous claim did not carry the same immediate meaning for every reader. When Jefferson wrote that all men were created equal, he was drawing on a language of natural rights and political equality against hereditary rule and arbitrary power. He was not proposing social equality in the modern sense, nor was Congress creating an immediate program of racial justice, gender equality, or democratic inclusion. Yet the words were larger than the men who approved them. Their later power came from that enlargement. Generations would return to the sentence and ask why the country had not obeyed the principle it had announced. Inside Congress, the work of editing was practical and political. Delegates shortened the draft, sharpened charges, removed some passages, and made the document more acceptable to the fragile union of colonies. Jefferson sat through these revisions with discomfort. Franklin is remembered as having offered him comfort through a story about a hatter whose sign became shorter as friends advised one deletion after another. Whether the memory arrived polished by later telling or not, it captures something true about the moment. Public documents survive by passing through hands that bruise private pride. On July 6, 1776, Congress voted in favor of independence. John Adams believed that date would become the great anniversary, marked by celebration and remembrance. 2 days later, on July 4, Congress approved the Declaration of Independence, and that date entered public memory instead. The distinction matters because independence was both decision and declaration. The vote severed authority. The document explained the severing. Nations often remember the words more easily than the procedure, because words can be repeated in schools, printed on parchment, engraved on walls, and spoken in ceremonies long after the roll calls and amendments have faded. The Declaration then had to move. Printed copies, known as broadsides, carried the text outward from Philadelphia. It was read aloud in public places, printed in newspapers, sent to assemblies, copied into records, and carried across the Atlantic. The physical document that later Americans would revere was only one form of its existence. In 1776, its force depended on circulation. Paper, ink, messengers, printers, and public readings turned congressional language into political fact. A revolution needed armies, but it also needed reproduction. For Jefferson, the Declaration fixed his place in the Revolution in a way that no battlefield command could have done. He was not Washington, holding the army together through defeat and endurance. He was not Adams, pushing independence through argument and committee labor. He was not Franklin, lending age, wit, and international prestige to the cause. Jefferson's role was more exact. He gave the revolution a statement of itself that could be separated from the immediate crisis and carried into other times. That kind of authorship can appear almost weightless at first because it is made of sentences. In practice, it can be among the most durable forms of power. The risk attached to those sentences was real. To British authority, the Declaration was not literature. It was rebellion set down in writing. The men who approved it exposed themselves to the consequences of treason if the war failed. Later memory would soften the scene into portraits, signatures, and ceremonial reverence, but in 1776 the outcome remained uncertain. British forces were powerful. American military organization was fragile. Foreign support was hoped for rather than secured. The Declaration announced independence before independence had been won, and that gave the document its tension. It spoke in the grammar of certainty while standing inside danger. Jefferson's own life did not suddenly become simple after the Declaration. Fame came gradually, and the Revolution still required state constitutions, military endurance, taxation, diplomacy, alliances, and the daily administration of a cause that often lacked money and unity. He returned to Virginia and became involved in the work of remaking state law. That turn is important because it shows the natural direction of his mind. Jefferson did not imagine revolution only as separation from Britain. He imagined it as a chance to revise institutions, remove inherited privileges, alter church establishment, and make law conform more closely to Republican theory. The Declaration of Independence also changed the meaning of Jefferson's contradictions. Before 1776, he was a gifted young Virginian shaped by a slave-holding society. After 1776, he was the author of words that would be used to measure that society. Nothing in his life after this point can be separated from that fact. He continued to own enslaved people. He continued to benefit from plantation labor. He continued to write about liberty with extraordinary force. These truths do not cancel one another into simplicity. They remain together, making Jefferson one of the clearest windows into the founding generation's greatness and failure. As the Declaration spread, the war deepened. The British did not accept American claims because they had been phrased beautifully. Armies would decide whether the Declaration described a new nation or a temporary rebellion. States had to govern themselves under pressure. Men who had spoken of rights had to raise troops, secure supplies, manage loyalties, and face invasion. Jefferson's pen had given the Revolution its voice, but voice alone could not defend Virginia, feed soldiers, or hold civil authority together when enemy forces moved inland. The next test of his public life would come not at a writing desk in Philadelphia, but in the uneasy responsibilities of wartime government. Chapter 4: War, Flight, and the Burden of Virginia. Virginia gave Thomas Jefferson one kind of authority when it sent him to write and legislate, and a much harsher kind when it placed him in executive office during war. In June 1779, he became governor of a state that was large, vulnerable, and difficult to defend. Its population was spread across plantations, river towns, inland farms, mountain settlements, and old tidewater counties. Its government had Republican ideals on paper, but its military capacity depended on militia service, public cooperation, supply systems, and a willingness to submit local life to wartime necessity. Jefferson had helped explain why America ought to be free. Now he had to help keep one part of it functioning while the war moved closer. The governorship of Virginia was not built for energetic command. Revolutionary suspicion of executive power had shaped the office deliberately, limiting what a governor could do without council, assembly, and law. Jefferson entered the role with intelligence, industry, and a reformer's confidence, but not with a soldier's temperament or the kind of personal force that made men obey quickly under pressure. Virginia expected much from its governor while giving him modest instruments. Militia laws were unevenly obeyed. Supplies were difficult to gather. Local officials protected local needs. A long coastline and river system gave British forces many points of approach. For a time, Virginia had seemed distant from the war's main theater. The early fighting had concentrated in New England, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, while the Southern War developed in stages. Yet Virginia was never outside the conflict. It supplied men, food, horses, arms, and political leadership to the wider American cause. Its rivers connected inland plantations to the Chesapeake, and the same waterways that carried tobacco and goods could carry invasion. In a state where movement by water mattered so much, defense was never only a matter of fortifying one line on land. Jefferson's wartime duties were many and often frustrating. He corresponded with military officers, county lieutenants, the Continental Congress, neighboring governors, and members of Virginia's own government. Requests for men and supplies arrived constantly, and the answers were rarely sufficient. Arms had to be gathered, horses had to be procured, prisoners had to be guarded, militia units had to be called out, paid, equipped, and persuaded not to vanish back to their farms when local urgency faded. A governor could write orders, but an order in wartime Virginia still had to pass through distance, weather, local reluctance, and material shortage before it became action. The war in the South grew more dangerous after Britain shifted its strategy. British commanders believed Loyalist support might be stronger in the southern colonies, and they hoped to recover the region through ports, inland movement, and pressure on scattered American forces. Charleston fell in 1780, a major blow to the American cause. Fighting spread through the Carolinas, where formal campaigns mixed with civil conflict. Virginia, rich in supplies and politically important, became more exposed as the Southern theater widened. Jefferson's administration had to respond to a war that no longer seemed safely elsewhere. A specific alarm came with the arrival of British forces under Benedict Arnold in Virginia. Arnold had once been an American general, and his defection to the British gave his name a bitterness it has never lost in American memory. In early 1781, he led a raid up the James River toward Richmond. The raid exposed the weakness of Virginia's defenses with painful clarity. Richmond, then serving as the capital, could not be held properly. Public stores were threatened. Government papers had to be moved. The machinery of civil authority found itself forced into motion by enemy troops advancing along the river. Jefferson's response to Arnold's raid has often been judged against the need for speed, and speed was exactly what Virginia's government struggled to produce. He worked to remove records and supplies, called out militia, and tried to coordinate resistance, but the forces available were limited and slow to gather. Arnold's troops destroyed military stores and moved with a freedom that embarrassed the state. The episode revealed a hard truth about revolutionary government. A republic built in suspicion of concentrated power could find itself poorly equipped when war demanded immediate concentration of effort. Criticism of Jefferson did not begin after the war. It gathered while events were still moving. Some Virginians believed he lacked firmness. Others understood the weakness of the tools he had been given, but still felt the humiliation of invasion. The difference between structural weakness and personal failure was difficult to keep clear under pressure. When homes, stores, roads, and public buildings were threatened, citizens rarely judged government with patience. A governor became the visible point at which fear and frustration could settle. The most remembered moment of Jefferson's governorship came in June 1781, when British cavalry under Banastre Tarleton approached Charlottesville and Monticello. The Virginia legislature had been meeting in Charlottesville, and Tarleton's movement aimed to capture members of the government. Warnings moved ahead of the British column, and Jefferson, whose term as governor was near its end, withdrew from Monticello shortly before enemy troops arrived. His family also escaped. The British reached the area, found the main prize gone, and moved through a landscape where public authority had just slipped out of reach. This miniature has often been treated harshly because flight is an unforgiving image in political memory. Jefferson leaving Monticello could be made to look like personal cowardice, especially by enemies or later critics. Yet the historical setting was less simple than the image. He was a civilian governor at the end of his term, not a field commander with troops under immediate command. Capture would not have defended Virginia. Remaining in place for symbolic reasons could have served British purposes more than Republican ones. Still, politics rarely remembers such distinctions gently. The scene gave critics something concrete to hold. Monticello itself was not yet the finished emblem later generations would visit. It was already central to Jefferson's life, a house and hilltop project shaped by his taste and planning, but it also belonged to the working reality of plantation Virginia. Enslaved people labored there. Family members depended on its routines. Goods, letters, tools, crops, and building materials tied it to the wider estate. When British forces approached, they came near more than a private home. They came near the physical center of Jefferson's domestic, economic, and intellectual life. Virginia's government had been exposed, but it had not ceased. The legislators scattered and reassembled. The war continued. American and French strategy soon drew Cornwallis toward Yorktown, where the final great military decision of the Revolution would occur. Jefferson, however, was no longer at the center of executive authority when that victory came. His term expired, and Thomas Nelson Jr. succeeded him as governor. Yorktown would help redeem Virginia's military importance, but it did not erase the discomfort attached to Jefferson's own wartime administration. An inquiry into Jefferson's conduct was proposed in the Virginia legislature, though it did not produce the formal condemnation some of his enemies might have wanted. Jefferson defended himself in writing, explaining the limits of his authority and the practical weakness of the state's defensive arrangements. The defense mattered to him greatly. He was sensitive to reputation, especially when criticism touched courage, honor, or public duty. A man who could bear intellectual disagreement did not easily bear the suggestion that he had failed in character. This period wounded Jefferson more than some outward accounts suggest. He withdrew from public life for a time, returning to private study, family, and law reform projects. The retreat did not mean indifference. It reflected discouragement, exhaustion, and the pain of having found executive office less suited to his gifts than writing or legislative design. War had tested him in a field where his talents were real but incomplete. He could draft, reason, organize, and correspond. He could not turn weak militia structures into disciplined defense by force of personality alone. Martha Jefferson's health also belonged to the shadowed side of these years. The Revolution did not pause for private households, and Jefferson's domestic life was marked by illness, childbirth, worry, and grief. Martha would die in 1782, a loss that affected him with unusual force and left him emotionally altered. The chapter of public criticism and wartime burden therefore overlapped with a private sorrow that should not be turned into spectacle. It is enough to say that the years after the governorship were among the heaviest of his life. The war taught Jefferson lessons that never fit comfortably inside his political philosophy. He remained suspicious of concentrated power, standing armies, public debt, and executive overreach. Yet he had seen how difficult it was to defend a republic with weak instruments. He had seen how localism could frustrate common effort. He had seen how paper authority could thin out across miles of road and river. These observations did not make him a Hamiltonian. They did, however, leave behind a practical knowledge of governmental weakness that would return later when he himself held national power. Virginia's wartime crisis also changed the scale of Jefferson's story. Before this, his public identity rested largely on authorship, law, and revolutionary principle. Afterward, it included failure, or at least the appearance of failure, which can be almost as durable in politics. The experience did not destroy him, but it complicated his confidence. When he returned to public life, he did so as a man who had learned that the Republic could not live by declarations alone. It needed laws, offices, habits, soldiers, supplies, credit, and a public willing to bear inconvenience for a cause. Out of that changed period, Jefferson turned again toward the work that suited him best. He thought about institutions, religious freedom, education, Western land, legal reform, and the intellectual shape of the new American order. The war was moving toward its end, and independence, once declared, now had to be organized into something that could endure beyond military victory. Jefferson's next great contribution would not come from escaping danger or commanding men in the field. It would come from asking what kind of republic the Revolution had actually made possible. Chapter 5. Notes from a Restless Republic. Peace did not give the American Revolution a finished shape. It removed the British Army from the center of the struggle, but it left the new states with questions that armies could not answer. What kind of law would replace inherited authority? How much power should belong to the Union? How far west the Republic would extend? Whether religious liberty would be a tolerated exception or a governing principle. Thomas Jefferson returned to these questions with the habits that suited him best, because after the strain of wartime executive office, he again found himself in the realm of documents, reforms, plans, and arguments carefully set down. Virginia remained the first field of that work. Jefferson had long believed that political independence from Britain should be accompanied by a broad revision of the laws that had shaped colonial society. To him, revolution did not mean merely replacing royal officials with Republican office holders. It meant examining older structures of inheritance, church establishment, criminal punishment, education, and public authority, then asking which of them belonged in a republic. That ambition was large, and like many large ambitions, it was only partly fulfilled. The attempt reveals how Jefferson understood the Revolution at its most serious level. Legal reform in Virginia was slow work. Statutes did not change because a gifted writer wished them changed. Committees had to draft revisions, legislatures had to consider them, interests had to be managed, and old habits had to be loosened one at a time. Jefferson worked with George Wythe, Edmund Pendleton, and others on a revision of Virginia's laws, bringing his legal education and philosophical reading into the practical world of legislative text. The work lacked the fame of the Declaration, but in Jefferson's mind it belonged to the same Republican project. A people that had declared itself free still needed laws that did not quietly preserve the old order. Among the reforms closest to him was the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom. Colonial Virginia had been shaped by an Anglican establishment, and religious dissenters had long objected to legal privileges given to one church. Jefferson's statute argued that belief could not properly be commanded by civil authority, and that religious opinion should not affect a person's civil rights. The language was exact, restrained, and radical in its implications. It did not ask for mere toleration, as though the state were generously permitting private conscience to exist. It placed conscience outside the rightful command of government. The statute did not pass immediately. James Madison became essential to its success after Jefferson left for diplomatic service, guiding it through the Virginia legislature in 1786. That delay matters. Jefferson drafted the language, but Madison helped make it law, and the result belonged to a partnership as well as to one author. When it finally passed, Jefferson regarded it as one of the great achievements of his life. On the epitaph he later composed for himself, he chose to be remembered for the Declaration of Independence, the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and the University of Virginia. He did not include the presidency. Religious freedom for Jefferson was not a small administrative matter. It was connected to his belief that the mind should not be coerced, that truth did not need force to defend it, and that civic membership should not depend upon church authority. At the same time, his understanding of liberty moved more confidently in matters of conscience and law than in matters of race and labor. This is one of the steady difficulties of Jefferson's life. He could see with remarkable clarity when an established church threatened the freedom of belief, while remaining bound to a plantation society that denied freedom in a more bodily and absolute form. After the war, Jefferson also served in the Confederation Congress, where the weakness of the Union was visible in daily procedure. The United States, under the Articles of Confederation, was not yet the federal government later generations would know. Congress could request money from the states, but could not reliably compel payment. It could conduct diplomacy, make recommendations, and manage certain Western questions, yet it lacked the fiscal and executive strength that nationalists increasingly believed necessary. Delegates came and went. Attendance was uneven. Authority existed, but it often felt thin when it had to cross state lines. Jefferson's work in Congress brought him into the problem of Western land. The old colonies had become states, but the territory beyond the Appalachians raised questions of settlement, sovereignty, surveying, native nations, state claims, and future admission to the Union. Jefferson helped frame plans for the Western territories, including ideas that contributed to the later organization of the Northwest. He favored the creation of new states on equal terms rather than permanent colonial dependencies. This reflected his Republican suspicion of empire, though the westward movement he imagined would also carry dispossession for native peoples and the expansion of American power across lands already inhabited. The survey grid gave Republican expansion a visible order. Land could be divided into townships and sections, measured, sold, settled, and governed. Such arrangements may appear technical, but technical systems often carry political dreams inside them. Jefferson, the son of a surveyor, understood the appeal of orderly land policy. A continent could be made legible on paper before it was transformed on the ground. Lines could precede towns. Maps could anticipate futures. In this, the father's world of measurement and the son's world of Republican design quietly met. Western policy also exposed one of Jefferson's recurring habits of thought. He imagined expansion as a way to preserve agrarian independence, giving future generations access to land and protecting the Republic from the crowded dependence he associated with European cities. A broad republic of farmers seemed to him more stable than a society dominated by financiers, manufacturers, and wage laborers. Yet expansion was never only an idea. It required treaties, surveys, sales, roads, forts, negotiations, and pressure against native communities. Jefferson's pastoral political imagination sat beside the administrative machinery of continental growth. During these years, Jefferson also wrote notes on the state of Virginia, the only full-length book he published in his lifetime. It began as responses to questions from François Barbé-Marbois, a French diplomat seeking information about the American states. Jefferson answered through a series of queries addressing Virginia's geography, rivers, mountains, animals, laws, population, government, religion, manners, and slavery. The structure suited him. It allowed him to collect facts, arrange observations, compare systems, correct European misconceptions, and display the intellectual resources of an American mind. Notes on the State of Virginia is one of the most revealing documents Jefferson ever produced. It contains scientific curiosity, political theory, local pride, criticism of slavery, fear of racial equality, environmental description, constitutional reflection, and the anxieties of a slaveholder who knew that slavery was dangerous and unjust, but could not imagine or would not enact a just immediate solution. He wrote that he trembled for his country when he reflected that God was just. The sentence has endured because it shows moral fear without moral completion. Jefferson saw the danger clearly enough to name it. He did not free himself from it. His discussion of race in Notes remains among the most troubling parts of his thought. Jefferson speculated about black inferiority in ways that later readers have rightly found grave and damaging. He presented some of these claims as tentative, asking for further inquiry, but the tentativeness does not remove their effect or excuse their assumptions. Here, the man who wrote of universal rights participated in the intellectual construction of racial hierarchy. The contradiction did not exist only between his words and his plantation. It existed inside his reasoning. At the same time, Notes shows Jefferson's immense appetite for classification. He described Virginia's natural bridge, rivers, climate, productions, laws, and institutions with the confidence of someone who believed that knowledge could defend a young country against European condescension. European naturalists had sometimes suggested that the New World produced weaker animals, weaker bodies, and inferior civilizations. Jefferson answered with measurements, examples, and argument. He wanted Virginia, and by extension America, to be taken seriously as a place of nature, history, intellect, and political possibility. The book also reveals Jefferson's unease with concentrated power. He criticized aspects of Virginia's Constitution and warned against legislative tyranny as well as executive tyranny. This is notable because revolutionary Americans often feared kings most readily, but Jefferson understood that elected bodies could also overreach. His remedy, characteristically, lay in written limits, divided authority, education, and a vigilant citizenry. He trusted reasoned design more than inherited arrangement. Whether human beings would live up to that design was a harder question. Madison's role beside Jefferson during this period deserves steady attention. Their partnership became one of the most important political friendships in early American history. Madison was younger, smaller in physical presence, and less publicly glamorous, but he possessed a disciplined constitutional mind and a gift for legislative strategy. Jefferson often supplied language, breadth, and philosophical energy. Madison often supplied procedural patience, institutional calculation, and the ability to move an idea through bodies of men who did not think in abstractions alone. Their cooperation made several Jeffersonian projects more durable than Jefferson could have made them by himself. The Confederation period has sometimes been remembered as a weak bridge between revolution and constitution, but for Jefferson it was an active season of thinking. He was not merely waiting for a stronger federal system to be invented by others. He was asking how Republican society should be arranged in law, land, conscience, education, and public memory. Some of his answers were generous, some limited, some visionary, and some bound by the prejudices and interests of his world. A restless republic suited a restless mind. In 1784, Jefferson was appointed to join American diplomatic service in Europe, and soon he would succeed Benjamin Franklin as minister to France. The appointment moved him from Virginia's legal reforms and Congress's Western questions into the older and more elaborate world of European diplomacy. He left behind a country still unfinished, governed under the Articles, proud of independence but uncertain of its strength. He carried with him a belief that America might avoid Europe's corruptions, hierarchies, and crowded misery. In Paris, that belief would be tested by elegance, poverty, court ritual, reforming friendship, and the first signs of a kingdom nearing crisis. Chapter 6: Paris and the Education of an American Minister. Paris received Thomas Jefferson as a representative of a young republic still uncertain of its place in the world. He arrived in France in 1784, first as part of a diplomatic commission with John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, and then as Franklin's successor as minister to the French court. The appointment placed him inside a society older, more elaborate, and more visibly hierarchical than the America he had left behind. Virginia had taught him rank through land, family, and slavery. France taught it through court ritual, titled privilege, urban display, and the dense habits of monarchy. Jefferson did not enter Paris as an innocent provincial, but the city still widened his imagination. He found architecture, music, gardens, scientific conversation, booksellers, salons, theaters, workshops, and collections on a scale that colonial America could not match. His curiosity moved easily through such a place. He studied buildings, purchased books, examined inventions, listened to music, and formed friendships with reform-minded aristocrats and intellectuals. In letters, he could describe French society with admiration and criticism, almost in the same breath. Paris delighted him, but it also confirmed many of his suspicions about inequality. His official work required patience rather than glory. The United States needed commercial arrangements, diplomatic recognition, loans, respectability, and practical access to European markets. American independence had been won with French help, but peace changed the relationship. France was an ally, yet it was also a monarchy with its own interests, debts, court factions, and commercial limits. Jefferson tried to improve American trade, especially for tobacco, rice, whale oil, and other products, while also watching European diplomacy from a position that was important but not commanding. The American Republic had symbolic freshness, but it did not yet possess great power. Diplomatic life in France moved through ceremony. Court presentation required proper dress, timing, manners, and an understanding of who stood near whom. Jefferson disliked unnecessary ceremony in principle, yet he had to operate inside it. He appeared at Versailles, observed the rituals surrounding Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, and saw how monarchy turned distance into authority. A court could make power visible before a word of policy was spoken. The arrangement sharpened his belief that America should avoid hereditary rank, but it also gave him a lifelong taste for elegance that sat uneasily beside his republican simplicity. Franklin's shadow remained large. Benjamin Franklin had charmed France with a public image that blended wisdom, plainness, wit, and useful exoticism. His fur cap and cultivated simplicity had made him seem like the natural philosopher of a new world, even while he moved skillfully among aristocrats and ministers. Jefferson inherited the post, but not Franklin's ease of public performance. He was more reserved, less theatrical, more inward. Where Franklin could make sociability itself a diplomatic instrument, Jefferson relied on conversation, letters, dinners, and cultivated seriousness. Among Jefferson's important friendships in France was the Marquis de Lafayette, whose devotion to American independence had already made him a bridge between the two worlds. Lafayette was young, aristocratic, sincere, and increasingly drawn toward reform in his own country. Jefferson valued him and encouraged constitutional thinking as France's political crisis deepened. Their friendship allowed Jefferson to observe French reform not as an abstract question, but through a man who carried both privilege and revolutionary sympathy. Lafayette wanted liberty without social collapse. France would not make that balance easy. Paris also intensified Jefferson's private life. Martha Jefferson had died in 1782, and the wound of that loss followed him across the Atlantic. Their marriage had been affectionate, and her death left him with daughters to raise and a household life permanently altered. Patsy, his eldest daughter, joined him in France, and later Polly came as well. Their education, religion, companionship, and future all concerned him. Even in diplomatic surroundings, Jefferson remained a father, managing family distance, grief, and expectation through letters and arrangements. Sally Hemings also entered the Paris chapter of Jefferson's life. She came to France as an enslaved teenage girl accompanying Jefferson's daughter Polly, joining other members of the Hemings family already connected to his household. French law created a different environment from Virginia slavery, and Hemings had potential legal avenues toward freedom while in France. The surviving record is incomplete in some personal details, but the larger reality is clear. Jefferson's life in Paris, for all its Republican language and reforming friendships, still rested on the presence and service of enslaved people attached to his household. The relationship between Jefferson and Sally Hemings has become one of the most examined and morally serious parts of his life. Evidence from historical records, family testimony, and later DNA analysis supports the conclusion that Jefferson fathered children with Hemings. In Paris, the power imbalance that defined that relationship was already present. She was enslaved. He was her legal owner under Virginia law, a widower, a diplomat, and a man of immense authority over her future. The subject must be handled without sensationalism, but it cannot be softened into romance. It belongs to the central contradiction of Jefferson's life. At the same time, Jefferson moved through the brilliant surfaces of French society. He attended salons where conversation itself had rules and prestige. He knew writers, reformers, musicians, and cultivated women whose intelligence shaped social life in ways not always visible in formal office. Maria Cosway, an Anglo-Italian artist and musician, became an object of deep affection for him during his years in Paris. His famous letter written after their parting, often known as the dialogue between his head and heart, shows a man capable of emotional intensity beneath his disciplined exterior. It also shows his tendency to turn feeling into literary form. Such private feeling did not remove him from the public crisis gathering around him. France in the 1780s was financially strained, socially unequal, and politically restless. The monarchy's debts, sharpened by war and long mismanagement, pressed against a tax system that fell unevenly and preserved privileges for powerful orders. Bad harvests and high bread prices could make political theory immediate for ordinary people. In Paris, the smell of bread from shops and the anxiety around its price belonged to the same world as pamphlets, assemblies, and ministerial reforms. Hunger gave argument a harder edge. Jefferson watched the early movement toward revolution with interest and hope. He believed France needed reform, and he thought the American example might offer guidance, though he understood that France's society differed greatly from America's. He encouraged moderate constitutional change and remained close to Lafayette as events developed. The Assembly of Notables, the calling of the Estates General, and the debate over representation all suggested that old political forms were loosening. To a man who had seen America declare independence, France seemed to be approaching a different but related transformation. Yet France was not America. Jefferson's tendency was to see liberty as something that could be secured through reasoned arrangement, written rights, representative institutions, and the weakening of inherited privilege. France's social order was more layered, its poverty more visible, its monarchy more ceremonially embedded, and its fiscal crisis more severe. The American Revolution had been a colonial revolt against imperial authority. The French crisis reached into the structure of a kingdom itself. Jefferson admired reform, but he did not fully foresee the force of what was coming. A miniature from these years can begin with the city itself as instruction. Jefferson could move from diplomatic rooms to markets, from bookshops to court spaces, from conversations with Lafayette to observations of common distress. France taught through contrast. Versailles displayed distance and rank with ritual precision, while Paris carried the pressure of crowds, prices, opinion, and printed argument. In such a setting, Jefferson's Republican convictions found confirmation, but his imagination also absorbed forms of beauty, luxury, and refinement that he would later carry back to Monticello. He rejected aristocracy while collecting some of its tastes. His purchases in Europe reveal that dual education. Jefferson bought books in large numbers, as he almost always did when opportunity allowed. He acquired furniture, scientific instruments, architectural drawings, wine, kitchen equipment, and objects that reflected both practical curiosity and refined appetite. These things were not random luxuries in his mind. They belonged to improvement, taste, experiment, and the building of a cultivated republican life. Still, they also cost money, and Jefferson's lifelong difficulty with debt did not disappear in Paris. The habits of acquisition that enriched his mind and surroundings weakened his finances. Architecture became one of the clearest channels through which France entered Jefferson's imagination. He admired classical forms, studied buildings, and absorbed ideas that would later shape Monticello and the University of Virginia. For Jefferson, architecture was never only shelter. It expressed order, proportion, education, and civic meaning. In France, ancient models and modern neoclassical design offered him a language of republican dignity that did not depend on monarchy. He wanted American buildings to teach citizens something about balance, reason, and public purpose. Letters tied his Paris years to America. Jefferson corresponded with Madison, Adams, Monroe, and others, sending observations, advice, books, and political reflections across the Atlantic. Communication was slow, and distance gave letters unusual weight. A thought written in Paris might reach Virginia weeks later, after events had already moved. This delay shaped political judgment. Jefferson watched American constitutional developments from afar, admired much of what he heard, worried about parts of it, and depended on correspondence to remain connected to a country that was changing without him. While he lived abroad, the Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in 1787. Jefferson was absent from the gathering that designed the new federal frame, and that absence mattered. He had helped declare independence and revise Republican law, but he did not help write the Constitution in person. From Paris, he learned of it through letters and printed copies. His response was mixed in the most revealing way. He approved of much, especially the creation of a stronger union, but he worried about the absence of a Bill of Rights and about the possibility of executive permanence. Distance sharpened his attention to safeguards. By 1789, as France moved toward revolution and America moved under its new constitution, Jefferson's diplomatic chapter was nearing its end. He had spent years among the old world's refinements and tensions. He had seen court ceremony at close range, revolutionary expectation before it hardened, and social inequality in forms different from Virginia's but no less instructive. He had deepened his taste, widened his library, strengthened his friendships, and carried his contradictions with him. Paris did not make Jefferson more simple. It made him more fully himself. When he returned to America, he came back to a republic that had changed while he was away. The Constitution had been written and ratified. George Washington had become president. A new federal government was beginning to operate, and the question was no longer only whether America could win independence or survive under the Articles. It was whether the new government would become the kind of republic Jefferson believed the Revolution had promised. The answer would draw him from diplomatic observation into the center of national power, where his old friendship with Madison and his coming conflict with Hamilton would shape the first great division of American politics. Chapter 7: A Constitution Written Without Him. Jefferson was not in Philadelphia when the Constitution was written. That absence matters because it placed him in an unusual position among the leading figures of the founding generation. He had written the Declaration of Independence, helped revise Virginia's laws, served in Congress, and represented the United States in France. But the great federal frame of 1787 took shape while he was across the Atlantic. Washington presided over the convention. Madison prepared, observed, argued, and recorded. Hamilton spoke for a stronger national system than many delegates could accept. Jefferson received the result afterward through letters, copies, delays, explanations, and the uncertainty that always accompanied transatlantic news. Paris made the distance feel larger. While delegates in Philadelphia argued behind closed doors, Jefferson was watching a different political world begin to loosen under pressure. France was moving toward crisis, and its problems seemed to confirm many of his older convictions about privilege, taxation, hereditary rank, and the danger of institutions that could no longer reform themselves. Across the ocean, the American states were confronting a different weakness. They had too little national authority, too little fiscal strength, too little coherence in foreign affairs, and too little capacity to act as one political body. The old Confederation had helped carry independence through war, but peace had shown its frailty. The Articles of Confederation had not failed in a single dramatic moment. Their weakness appeared through accumulation. Congress could request funds from the states, but could not reliably secure them. Diplomatic agreements depended on a national credibility the government struggled to maintain. Interstate disputes and commercial rivalries exposed the difficulty of treating 13 sovereign states as if they would naturally act together. Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts unsettled many observers, not because it made monarchy likely, but because it suggested that Republican government could be vulnerable to disorder, debt pressure, and weak enforcement. Men who had once feared central power now began to fear governmental insufficiency. Madison understood this problem more systematically than almost anyone. His letters to Jefferson before and after the convention reveal the seriousness with which he approached constitutional design. Madison had studied ancient confederacies, modern republics, state constitutions, and the failures of the existing union. He believed the new government needed power that acted not merely on states, but on individuals. That distinction would become one of the essential changes of the Constitution. A federal law that depended on state compliance could be evaded. A federal law that reached citizens directly had a different life. Jefferson's absence from the convention did not mean indifference. He was deeply interested in the fate of the new frame, and he trusted Madison as the friend most able to explain it. Letters crossed the Atlantic slowly, carrying drafts, impressions, objections, defenses, and political hopes. Such delay made judgment deliberate. Jefferson could not walk into a room and test a reaction. He could not hear the tone of debate or watch compromise forming across faces. He had to read the Constitution as a text and imagine the political machinery behind it. For a man whose mind worked so strongly through documents, this suited him in one way and limited him in another. When Jefferson first examined the Constitution, he did not reject it. This is important because later political conflict can make him appear as though he stood outside the new federal order from the beginning. He did not. He admired the attempt to strengthen the Union and recognized that the Articles had been inadequate. He saw the value of a government able to conduct national business with more steadiness than Congress under the Confederation had managed. His objections were serious, but they were not the objections of a man who wanted the old system left untouched. He accepted the need for reform. Two concerns stood out. The first was the absence of a Bill of Rights. Jefferson believed that certain liberties should be placed beyond ordinary political reach, named plainly, and secured against federal encroachment. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, protection against standing armies in peacetime, trial by jury, and safeguards for the accused all belong to the kind of written restraint he thought a republic required. A constitution, in his mind, was not merely an instrument for organizing power. It was also a barrier against power's familiar tendencies. His second major concern involved the presidency. The Constitution allowed re-election without an explicit term limit, and Jefferson feared that indefinite eligibility might allow an elected executive to become too close to monarchy in practice. He did not accuse Washington or any specific person of seeking kingship. The concern was institutional. A president who could be re-elected again and again might gather dependents, patronage, and habit around himself. A republic could lose its character not only through a coup or open betrayal, but through repeated deference to a familiar office holder. Jefferson's fear was not always practical in the immediate moment, but it was rooted in a deep suspicion of permanence in executive power. Madison did not dismiss these concerns, but he differed in emphasis. He had helped design a system of separated powers, checks, extended representation, and federal authority that he believed could control both governmental overreach and popular instability. A Bill of Rights, he initially thought, might be unnecessary or even insufficient if the structure itself failed. Later, partly through political necessity and partly through persuasion, Madison would become the principal author of the amendments that became the Bill of Rights. Here again, the Jefferson-Madison partnership mattered. Jefferson pressed from abroad for explicit guarantees. Madison translated that pressure into legislative work at home. Ratification debates made the Constitution a public question. Federalists defended the new frame as necessary to preserve union, credit, security, and Republican government itself. Anti-Federalists warned that the proposed government might swallow the states, endanger liberties, and create a distant ruling class. The argument did not divide neatly between friends and enemies of liberty. Both sides claimed to be protecting the revolution. Both feared a different path to failure. One side feared weakness. The other feared consolidation. The Constitution emerged through that tension, and the first American party divisions would later grow from related soil. Jefferson watched these debates from France with a mind trained by both American and European examples. He did not want America to imitate Europe's hierarchy, court politics, debt systems, or military establishments. At the same time, he knew that a government unable to act could make independence fragile. This balance gave his constitutional thought its characteristic pressure. He wanted enough union to preserve the republic, but not enough consolidation to corrupt it. He wanted energy, but feared command. He wanted public credit, but feared financial dependence. He wanted national respect abroad, but distrusted the instruments by which powerful nations usually secured it. His correspondence from this period also shows his belief that constitutions should not be treated as sacred beyond revision. Jefferson famously argued that the earth belongs to the living, not the dead, meaning that no generation should bind all future generations permanently. The claim was radical in implication, and Madison answered it with caution. Madison understood that too frequent constitutional change could weaken stability, property, expectation, and public trust. Jefferson's idea revealed his confidence in rational renewal. Madison's reply revealed his deeper fear of disorder and his respect for institutional continuity. Between them lay one of the enduring tensions of Republican government. A miniature from this chapter belongs to the image of Jefferson reading the Constitution in Paris, not as a scene invented beyond the record, but as a documented political condition. A copy reached him after weeks of travel, carrying with it the compressed labor of an American summer he had not witnessed. He read it as a diplomat, a Virginian, a Republican theorist, a friend of Madison, and the author of the Declaration. His approval and concern appeared together in letters. He praised the good, named the omissions, and began pressing for amendments. The Constitution reached him as paper, but through that paper he felt the architecture of a government he would soon have to inhabit. Across the Atlantic, the ratification struggle produced essays, pamphlets, speeches, conventions, and private campaigns. The Federalist, written by Hamilton, Madison, and Jay, defended the proposed Constitution with a seriousness that matched the stakes. Anti-Federalist writers answered with warnings about taxation, armies, courts, executive power, and the distance between rulers and people. Jefferson read these arguments with interest, though not always with complete access to every piece as it appeared. The American public sphere was becoming larger and more argumentative. Independence had created a people who now had to debate the form of their own authority. Washington's role gave the Constitution a trust no text could have supplied alone. His presence at the convention and later willingness to serve as president reassured many who feared ambition in others. Jefferson respected Washington deeply, though their later political distance would grow. At this moment, Washington stood as a figure who could make the new government feel safe enough to attempt. His reputation did not answer every constitutional objection, but it softened fear. In a republic suspicious of power, character still mattered. When the Constitution was ratified and the new government began, Jefferson remained abroad for a short time longer. The United States now had a president, departments, courts, revenue needs, foreign obligations, and constitutional language that would have to be interpreted through practice. Written frames do not execute themselves. They require office holders, precedents, habits, conflicts, and the slow hardening of decisions into expectation. Jefferson's absence from the founding frame would soon be followed by his presence inside the founding administration. By the time he returned to America, the Revolution had entered another phase. The question was no longer whether independence could be declared, or whether Britain could be defeated, or whether the states could survive loosely joined. The question was what the new federal government would become in the hands of living men. Jefferson came home with admiration for much of the Constitution, insistence on a Bill of Rights, suspicion of executive permanence, sympathy for France, confidence in Republican agriculture, distrust of financial consolidation, and a sharpened sense that political forms could drift away from their original promises. Those convictions would not remain private for long. His next office placed him close to Washington and directly across from Alexander Hamilton. The new Capitol's rooms, reports, letters, dinners, and cabinet meetings would turn constitutional theory into daily disagreement. Jefferson had read the Constitution from a distance. Now he would watch its meanings being made from within the government itself. Chapter 8: Secretary of State in a Divided Capital. The office waiting for Thomas Jefferson in the new federal government was not merely diplomatic. It placed him near the center of an experiment whose shape was still uncertain and whose habits had not yet hardened into tradition. In 1790, he became Secretary of State under George Washington, entering an administration that was trying to make the Constitution operate in ordinary time. Departments had to define their authority. Congress had to learn how to legislate under the new frame. Courts had to begin their work. Foreign governments had to decide whether the United States was stable enough to respect. Every ordinary act of government carried the freshness of precedent. Jefferson had returned from France with expectations formed by revolution abroad and Republican theory at home. Washington brought him into the cabinet partly because Jefferson's reputation was immense, and partly because the new government needed balance among prominent men. Alexander Hamilton, already Secretary of the Treasury, had moved quickly to give the government financial strength. Henry Knox handled war. Edmund Randolph served as Attorney General. Around Washington's table sat men who had fought for the same independence, but who did not imagine the future republic in the same way. Philadelphia became the temporary capital after the Residence Compromise, and it served as the setting for much of this early national tension. The city was larger and more commercially alive than the Virginia world Jefferson knew best. Streets carried merchants, printers, dock workers, office holders, enslaved and free black residents, foreign visitors, and members of Congress. Government work took place inside rented spaces, private houses, committee rooms, dining rooms, and offices that had none of the settled grandeur later associated with national power. The Republic was still making itself with paper, conversation, account books, and borrowed rooms. Hamilton had already begun shaping the administration before Jefferson fully entered it. His report on public credit proposed that the federal government assume state debts from the Revolution and fund the national debt at full value. To Hamilton, public credit was not a mere accounting matter. It was the foundation of national strength. A government that honored its debts could borrow in emergencies, command respect abroad, bind wealthy creditors to the success of the Union, and create a financial structure capable of supporting future growth. He saw energy in finance where Jefferson saw danger. Jefferson did not immediately grasp the full political meaning of Hamilton's program, and this is one of the revealing points in their relationship. He returned from France after some of the early financial debate had already begun, and his first role in the famous compromise over assumption came through conversation rather than ideological war. Southern states such as Virginia had already paid much of their wartime debt and objected to assuming the heavier obligations of others. Hamilton needed votes for assumption. Virginians wanted the permanent national capital placed on the Potomac. Out of dinners, negotiations, and political calculation came the bargain that helped secure both Assumption and the future site of Washington, D.C. The dinner table nature of that compromise later troubled Jefferson. He came to believe he had been drawn into a measure whose consequences he had not fully understood. Assumption gave the federal government a stronger financial position, but it also drew creditors, speculators, and fiscal interests toward national power. Hamilton thought this was necessary and beneficial. Jefferson came to see it as the beginning of a system that would corrupt Republican simplicity and make the government dependent on moneyed influence. What appeared at first as a practical bargain became, in memory, a warning. The deeper conflict emerged around the national bank. Hamilton argued that Congress had authority to create a Bank of the United States as a useful instrument for collecting taxes, holding government funds, making loans, and stabilizing public credit. The Constitution did not explicitly say Congress could create such a bank, but Hamilton's argument rested on implied powers. If an end was constitutional and a means was appropriate to that end, then the government could use the means. His reading made the Constitution flexible enough to sustain national policy. Jefferson answered with a narrower interpretation. For him, the federal government possessed only those powers delegated to it, and a national bank was not among them. To accept Hamilton's reasoning, he feared, would be to make the list of federal powers almost indefinite. If convenience could create authority, then constitutional limits might become parchment barriers, respected in language and evaded in practice. Jefferson's objection was legal, but it was also social and political. He distrusted banks, concentrated finance, public debt, and the class of men whose fortunes moved through paper instruments rather than land. Washington asked his cabinet for written opinions, and the exchange became one of the early republic's defining constitutional arguments. Jefferson wrote against the bank. Randolph also expressed doubts. Hamilton replied in a long defense that displayed his extraordinary command of fiscal reasoning and constitutional construction. The president had to decide not only whether a bank was useful, but whether usefulness could be constitutionally lawful. Washington eventually signed the bill. The decision did not end the argument. It gave the argument a precedent. At the cabinet table, Jefferson and Hamilton represented more than personal rivalry. Their disagreement organized two visions of the republic. Hamilton imagined a nation with public credit, manufacturing, commercial power, administrative energy, and a central government capable of acting with force and confidence. Jefferson imagined a republic rooted in agriculture, local self-government, limited federal power, civic virtue, and suspicion of financial dependence. Each man feared a different failure. Hamilton feared weakness, disorder, foreign contempt, and fiscal helplessness. Jefferson feared consolidation, corruption, monarchy in republican dress, and the loss of the Revolution's moral promise. Washington did not enjoy this division, but he depended on both men. His own authority held the administration together long after its inner tensions had become severe. He respected Hamilton's brilliance and used his financial program. He respected Jefferson's standing and needed the confidence that Virginians and many Republicans placed in him. In cabinet meetings, Washington listened, questioned, delayed, and decided. His presence prevented disagreement from becoming open rupture sooner than it did. Yet even Washington could not make incompatible principles permanently harmonious. Foreign affairs sharpened the conflict. Jefferson, as Secretary of State, had responsibility for relations with Britain, France, Spain, and other powers. The United States remained weak in military terms, dependent on trade, and vulnerable to European decisions. Britain still occupied posts in the Northwest and remained a major commercial power. Spain controlled New Orleans and access to the Mississippi, a matter of immense importance to Western settlers. France had been America's ally, and Jefferson retained a strong emotional and ideological sympathy for the French Revolution in its early stages. Diplomacy required caution, but politics pressed every foreign question inward. Hamilton leaned toward closer commercial stability with Britain, not from love of monarchy, but from his sense that British trade and financial connection mattered to American prosperity. Jefferson viewed Britain with old suspicion and saw France, at least at first, as the European country most connected to the spirit of Republican change. These preferences affected how each man interpreted events. A British action that Hamilton treated as a problem to be managed might confirm Jefferson's sense of lingering imperial arrogance. A French revolutionary action that troubled others might appear to Jefferson as the turbulence of liberty struggling against old oppression. Inside the State Department, Jefferson's work was less romantic than the grand language of diplomacy suggests. Letters had to be copied, reports prepared, consular appointments managed, passports issued, claims handled, and instructions written for American representatives abroad. Foreign policy came through packets, delays, translations, rumors, and partial information. A secretary might be forced to act on news already old by the time it arrived. The department was small, and Jefferson's methodical habits suited many of its demands. He could arrange paper, frame instructions, and turn policy into carefully measured language. Still, he was not merely an administrator. He became the chief voice within the cabinet for a view of America's place in the world that connected foreign policy to Republican identity. The United States, in his mind, had to remain free from the corruptions of European power politics while still supporting the broader cause of liberty. That balance was difficult. A young country could not afford reckless war, but neither could it pretend that sympathy meant nothing. The French Revolution made this tension unavoidable, and it would soon become one of the subjects through which American politics divided into recognizable camps. The personal relationship between Jefferson and Hamilton deteriorated as policy differences accumulated. Jefferson came to believe that Hamilton's system aimed at monarchy, or at least at an English-style constitution in everything but name. Hamilton came to see Jefferson as naive about power, dangerously sympathetic to France, and willing to undermine the government from within. Both men exaggerated at times, but their exaggerations grew from real fears. The early republic had no settled party language yet, so suspicion supplied much of the vocabulary. Each man believed he was defending the revolution against betrayal. Madison's position drew closer to Jefferson's during these struggles. Once an ally of Hamilton in supporting the Constitution, Madison became increasingly alarmed by the Treasury program and the expansive reading of federal power that supported it. The old friendship between Madison and Jefferson now became a political partnership at the national level. Madison worked in Congress. Jefferson worked inside the administration. Their letters and conversations helped give shape to an opposition that still hesitated to call itself a party. In a culture that associated parties with faction and corruption, organized opposition had to justify its own existence. Newspapers gave that opposition a public instrument. Philip Freneau's National Gazette, supported in part by Jefferson's patronage through a State Department translating position, criticized Hamilton's policies and gave voice to Republican suspicion. Hamilton's allies answered through their own newspapers. Public argument became sharper, more personal, and more regular. The printed world of the 1790s did not merely report political division. It helped create and sustain it. Essays, letters, pseudonymous attacks, and editorials carried cabinet disagreement outward into taverns, parlors, post roads, and state politics. Jefferson's position was delicate because he remained inside Washington's administration while his political allies attacked policies associated with that same administration. His defenders saw him as resisting dangerous consolidation from within. His critics saw disloyalty dressed as principle. Washington, who disliked partisan conflict and valued unity, grew increasingly distressed by the quarrel. The president had hoped that men of talent could disagree in service of the common good. Instead, talent had become organized around competing futures. The conflict with Hamilton changed Jefferson's understanding of the new government. From Paris, he had worried about the Constitution's omissions and possible dangers. In office, he watched those dangers take practical form in debates over debt, banks, executive discretion, foreign alignment, and the interpretation of implied powers. Whether his fears were always fair is a separate question. What matters is that he experienced the early federal government not as a settled constitutional machine, but as a field of choices that could still move toward one kind of republic or another. By the end of his service as Secretary of State, Jefferson had become convinced that the Revolution required organized defense against Federalist power. This conviction did not yet mean the peaceful party system later Americans would take for granted. Parties still seemed morally suspect, but opposition now seemed necessary. The same man who distrusted faction helped give one faction its language, discipline, and sense of purpose. He did so because he believed the alternative was worse. The cabinet years therefore placed Jefferson at the edge of a transformation as important as any office he had held. He had returned from Europe to serve a united administration under the most trusted man in America. He left that service as the central civilian figure of an emerging opposition. The Constitution had been written without him, but its first interpretations had drawn him into conflict almost immediately. Beyond the cabinet rooms, beyond the reports and opinions, a broader political movement was taking shape around resistance to Hamilton's system, sympathy for France, and the claim that Republican liberty needed defenders against its own government. Chapter 9: The Party That Grew Around Opposition. The opposition that gathered around Thomas Jefferson did not begin with a formal name, a platform, or a convention. It grew through unease. Men who had supported independence, accepted the Constitution, and respected Washington's leadership began to fear that the new federal government was taking a shape they had not intended. Hamilton's financial system had given the nation credit and administrative force, but to Jefferson and Madison it also seemed to bind public authority to banks, speculators, creditors, and commercial interests in ways that resembled the British system they had resisted. The old word for organized political division was faction, and faction was supposed to be dangerous. Yet opposition was becoming difficult to avoid. Jefferson's position inside Washington's cabinet made the matter more delicate. He was Secretary of State, sworn to serve the administration, but he increasingly believed that part of the administration was directing the country toward consolidation. Hamilton's Treasury Department had a reach and energy that made it seem almost like a government within the government. Reports came from the Treasury with impressive detail. Schemes for credit, revenue, assumption, and banking gave Congress a program to consider. Supporters gathered around those plans because they promised stability and profit, as well as national honor. Jefferson watched this with a growing sense that policy was becoming a social order. Madison became Jefferson's indispensable partner in this resistance. Their friendship had already passed through law reform, religious freedom, correspondence from Paris, and debate over the Constitution. Now it took on a sharper political function. Madison served in the House of Representatives, where he could oppose Hamilton's measures directly. Jefferson remained in the executive branch, where his influence operated through advice, letters, conversation, and the quiet encouragement of like-minded men. The partnership worked because the two men were different in useful ways. Jefferson supplied a broad Republican language. Madison supplied legislative precision and constitutional argument. Parties, however, were still morally suspect in the early republic. The founding generation had inherited from classical history and British political thought a deep suspicion of organized faction. A party seemed to place private interest above public good, and public good was supposed to be discerned by virtuous citizens reasoning together. This ideal had never been as pure as its defenders imagined, but it remained powerful. Jefferson therefore did not begin by proudly announcing the creation of a party. He began by believing that a dangerous faction had already formed around Hamilton, and that resisting it was a defense of the Republic rather than an act of factional ambition. Newspapers became the instruments through which private distrust entered public life. The American press of the 1790s was partisan, personal, and often severe. Printers depended on subscriptions, patronage, official printing contracts, and networks of political friendship. Essays appeared under pseudonyms. Accusations moved quickly from policy to character. A newspaper could make a cabinet argument visible to men who would never enter a cabinet room. It could also harden suspicion by repeating it, naming enemies, and giving scattered readers the sense that they belong to a wider cause. Philip Freneau's National Gazette became especially important to Jefferson's side. Freneau had been given a translating position in the State Department, a fact that Hamilton's allies treated as evidence that Jefferson was sponsoring attacks from within the administration. The paper criticized Hamilton's financial system, warned against monarchical tendencies, and defended a more democratic Republican spirit. Jefferson could claim that the press was free and that Freneau's opinions were his own, but the political connection was visible enough to anger Federalists. What had been whispered as disagreement became printed as opposition. Hamilton did not remain silent. He wrote, answered, accused, and defended with remarkable energy. His allies in the press portrayed Jefferson and Madison as irresponsible, hypocritical, or dangerously sympathetic to French disorder. Hamilton believed that the government's credit, authority, and survival were being undermined by men who enjoyed the security his system created while condemning the means that created it. He saw in Jefferson not merely a rival, but a man whose philosophy could leave the United States weak, agrarian, sentimental, and exposed to foreign danger. Both men believed the other was misreading the Revolution. The French Revolution made this conflict more intense. At first, many Americans welcomed events in France as a continuation of the spirit that had animated their own struggle. Lafayette's role, the language of rights, and the weakening of absolutism seemed to promise a European vindication of Republican principles. Jefferson was inclined to sympathy, especially in the early stages. France had been America's ally, and the fall of aristocratic privilege spoke to his deepest political instincts. To him, the French were passing through danger toward liberty, and old regimes rarely surrendered without disorder. Federalists became increasingly alarmed as the French Revolution radicalized. Reports of violence, the execution of Louis XVI, the rise of Revolutionary War, and attacks on religion and property made many Americans fear that France had moved beyond liberty into anarchy. Hamilton and others saw the French example as a warning against democratic excess. Jefferson did not approve every event, and he was not blind to bloodshed, but he remained more willing than his opponents to interpret French upheaval as the violent cost of overthrowing long oppression. The same news crossed the Atlantic. It entered American minds through different fears. Foreign policy now pressed directly into domestic division. In 1793, revolutionary France went to war with Britain and other European powers, and the United States had to decide how its treaty obligations, commercial interests, and national weakness should be balanced. Washington's administration issued the Neutrality Proclamation, declaring that the United States would remain impartial in the European war. Hamilton strongly supported neutrality, seeing war as ruinous for a young and financially fragile country. Jefferson accepted the need for caution, but he worried that the proclamation leaned too far toward executive authority and too far away from gratitude and sympathy for France. The arrival of Edmond Charles Genet, the French minister known as Citizen Genet, turned policy tension into public embarrassment. Genet landed in Charleston and received enthusiastic welcomes as he moved north, treating the American people as if their affection for France could bypass the caution of their government. He commissioned privateers, encouraged support for France, and acted with a confidence that offended Washington's administration. Jefferson, sympathetic to France but responsible for diplomacy, found himself in an uncomfortable position. He had to deal with a representative of a revolution he admired, whose conduct threatened the authority of the American government. Genet misjudged the situation badly. Popular enthusiasm existed, but Washington's prestige and the government's need for neutrality still mattered. When Genet seemed to appeal from the president to the people, he crossed a line that even Jefferson could not defend. The administration demanded his recall. France, by then under changing revolutionary authorities, might have punished him severely had he returned, and Washington allowed him to remain in the United States. The episode damaged the pro-French cause by making sympathy appear reckless. It also showed Jefferson that revolutionary friendship could become diplomatically dangerous when carried by an undisciplined envoy. Washington grew weary of the division within his government. He disliked the rise of parties, disliked press attacks, and disliked the personal bitterness between men he needed. His letters to Jefferson and Hamilton urged restraint and unity, but their conflict had moved beyond temperament. Hamilton's supporters saw Jefferson as undermining the administration while serving in it. Jefferson saw Hamilton's system as a threat too serious to meet with politeness alone. The president wanted public service to rise above faction. The country was already learning that Republican government might produce faction as naturally as monarchy produced courts. Jefferson's own discomfort increased through 1793. His health, family concerns, finances, and desire to return to Monticello all played a part, but politics was central. He felt that remaining in office tied him to policies he opposed and exposed him to charges he could not fully answer. Resignation had tempted him before, and Washington had persuaded him to stay for a time. By the end of the year, the pressure had become too great. Jefferson left the cabinet in December 1793, presenting his departure as a retreat from public life rather than the beginning of a more organized opposition. The resignation is best understood not as withdrawal from politics, but as a change in position. Jefferson returned to Monticello, where he could claim the posture of a private citizen, farmer, and retired public servant. Yet letters continued to move. Visitors came and went. Madison remained active. Republican criticism of Federalist policy grew stronger, not weaker. From outside office, Jefferson could become the moral center of opposition without bearing daily responsibility for cabinet decisions. Monticello gave distance, and distance gave a certain kind of authority. Opposition now had recognizable elements. It had leaders in Jefferson and Madison. It had newspapers. It had a language of Republican purity, agrarian independence, strict constitutional interpretation, sympathy for France, and suspicion of British influence. It had enemies in Hamilton's financial system, Federalist social confidence, executive energy, and the idea that order required deference to wealth and administration. It still lacked the modern machinery of a party, but it had enough coherence to shape elections, congressional behavior, public celebrations, and private fears. The Democratic Republican movement was emerging through practice before Americans fully accepted the legitimacy of parties. Federalists developed their own identity in response. They defended public credit, commercial development, national authority, neutrality, and social order. They looked upon the French Revolution with increasing horror and regarded Jeffersonian language as dangerously open to mob politics. They believed they were protecting the government created by the Constitution from men who were willing to weaken it for ideological purity. Their view of themselves was as sincere as Jefferson's view of his own side. The first party system grew not because one side loved division, but because both sides believed the republic might be lost if the other prevailed. Jefferson's role in this transformation was paradoxical. He disliked the idea of faction, yet he helped organize one. He praised retirement, yet remained politically essential. He served Washington, yet became the principal figure for those who thought Washington's administration had been captured by Hamiltonian designs. He spoke the language of popular republicanism while belonging to the Virginia gentry. None of these tensions made him ineffective. In some ways, they made him more powerful, because he could present opposition as reluctant duty rather than appetite for power. By the middle of the 1790s, the unity of the revolutionary generation had thinned into rival interpretations of what the revolution meant. For Hamilton, it had created a nation that needed strength enough to survive in a hard world. For Jefferson, it had created a republic that had to guard itself against the old corruptions returning in new forms. Washington still stood above parties, but even his authority could not prevent their formation. The Constitution had provided a frame. Political life was filling it with conflict. Jefferson's retreat to Monticello did not end his national story. It prepared the next stage of it. As Washington's second term moved toward its close, the country faced the question of succession for the first time. John Adams, the old revolutionary colleague with whom Jefferson had once worked closely, stood among the leading Federalists. Jefferson, whether he wished to appear eager or not, stood as the natural candidate of the Republicans. The opposition that had grown through newspapers, letters, foreign crisis, and cabinet conflict was about to enter presidential politics, where friendship, ideology, constitutional design, and ambition would meet in the elections that tested whether the young republic could survive organized rivalry. Chapter 10: The Election That Tested the Republic. In 1796, the United States faced a question no written constitution could fully answer in advance. George Washington was leaving power. The man whose reputation had helped hold the new government above ordinary rivalry would no longer stand at the center of it, and the country had to discover whether Republican succession could occur without inherited office, military pressure, or personal collapse. The Constitution provided a method: electors would vote, offices would be filled. Yet procedure alone could not guarantee trust among men who increasingly believed that their opponents threatened the meaning of the revolution. John Adams entered the election as the leading Federalist, with long service behind him and a temperament very different from Washington's. He had argued for independence before many others were ready, served abroad, helped secure peace, and returned with a mind sharpened by study, ambition, and resentment of being underestimated. Adams was not elegant in Jefferson's way, nor financially systematic like Hamilton, nor serene like Washington. He was learned, proud, honest, suspicious, courageous, and often difficult. Those qualities made him both formidable and vulnerable in a political world, learning the arts of organized opposition. Jefferson stood as the natural Republican alternative, though he did not campaign in the modern sense. He remained at Monticello, writing letters, receiving visitors, and allowing his name to gather the hopes of those who feared Federalist consolidation. His public posture was one of reluctance, which suited both his temperament and the political culture of the time. Open hunger for office still carried a stain. A man was supposed to be called by public duty rather than driven by appetite. In practice, ambition moved through correspondence, alliances, newspaper essays, and carefully managed silence. The election system itself reflected assumptions that party politics was already making obsolete. Under the original Constitution, electors cast 2 votes for president without distinguishing between president and vice president. The man with the most votes, if a majority, became president, and the runner-up became vice president. This arrangement imagined that electors would choose respected statesmen and that the second-place finisher could serve usefully beside the first. It did not anticipate disciplined national parties placing rival tickets before the country. In 1796, the flaw became visible. Adams won the presidency and Jefferson finished second, making him vice president under the man who had defeated him. The result placed political opposition inside the executive branch. It also placed 2 old revolutionary colleagues in an arrangement neither had designed for the new partisan age. Adams and Jefferson had once worked together with warmth and purpose. In 1776, Adams had helped place Jefferson at the drafting table of independence. In Europe, they had shared diplomatic burdens. Abigail Adams had treated Jefferson with genuine affection. Now the constitutional machinery made them partners in office and rivals in meaning. Jefferson's vice presidency was limited in formal power. He presided over the Senate, where his manner was restrained, and his attention to parliamentary procedure produced a manual that later generations would still consult. The office gave him visibility but little direct authority over administration policy. This suited him in one sense, because he could remain near national power without bearing full responsibility for Federalist decisions. It also frustrated the ordinary unity expected of an executive government. Adams had a vice president who represented the opposition. Adams' presidency began under the shadow of war with France. Relations had worsened after the Jay Treaty with Britain, which many French leaders interpreted as a betrayal of the earlier Franco-American alliance. French privateers attacked American shipping, and American envoys sent to negotiate were met by intermediaries demanding payments before serious talks could proceed. When news of the affair reached the United States, it became known as the XYZ Affair, after the letters used to identify the French agents in published documents. Public anger rose quickly, and Federalists found new strength in the language of national honor. The quasi-war with France followed, an undeclared naval conflict that placed Adams under pressure from his own party's more militant wing. Hamilton, though not in the cabinet, remained influential among high Federalists who wanted military preparation and a firmer posture. Adams distrusted Hamilton and feared being pulled into a full war that might enlarge Federalist militarism and damage the country. His decision to seek renewed negotiation with France angered many in his party, but helped avoid a broader conflict. In this, Adams showed a stubborn independence that cost him politically and served the Republic more than his enemies admitted. For Jefferson and the Republicans, the crisis was dangerous. Sympathy for France, already strained by reports of revolutionary violence, now looked to Federalists like disloyalty. Republican newspapers criticized the administration, but Federalists argued that criticism during foreign danger weakened the nation. Fear of internal subversion spread. Immigrants, editors, and opposition politicians became targets of suspicion. The old revolutionary language of liberty met the wartime language of security, and security had the advantage of urgency. The Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798 carried that urgency into law. The Alien Acts made it easier for the federal government to act against non-citizens regarded as dangerous and lengthened the residency requirement for naturalization. The Sedition Act made certain kinds of false, scandalous, or malicious writing against the government punishable. Federalists defended these measures as protections against foreign influence and domestic disorder. Republicans saw them as a direct assault on free expression and political opposition. The same Constitution that had promised ordered liberty was now being tested by fear. Jefferson's response came through the Kentucky resolutions, while Madison drafted the Virginia resolutions. These texts argued that the federal government was limited by the compact that created it, and that states had a role in judging unconstitutional acts. The language was careful in some places and dangerous in others, because it opened questions about state resistance that later generations would carry into far more destructive conflicts. For Jefferson in 1798, the immediate target was Federalist repression. He saw the Sedition Act as proof that the government he had feared was becoming real, a government able to punish criticism and treat opposition as treasonous spirit. The Sedition Act prosecutions gave Republican anger specific names and cases. Editors were fined and imprisoned. Members of Congress were not immune from pressure. Public criticism of Adams and Federalist policy could now carry legal risk. Federalists did not see themselves as tyrants. They believed they were defending a fragile nation against lies, foreign manipulation, and revolutionary disorder. Yet the sight of a government punishing its critics gave Jefferson's party a powerful argument. It allowed Republicans to claim that liberty was no longer an abstract concern. It was being narrowed in courtrooms and newspapers. The friendship between Adams and Jefferson suffered badly during these years. Political division did not merely separate programs, it entered households, letters, memories, and personal trust. Abigail Adams, who had once admired Jefferson, felt wounded by Republican attacks on her husband and by Jefferson's association with the opposition. Adams himself believed Jefferson was allowing or encouraging attacks while preserving a posture of personal gentleness. Jefferson thought Adams had fallen under Federalist influence, even while he retained respect for parts of his character. Old affection did not vanish in a single moment. It thinned under repeated injury. As the election of 1800 approached, the country had become more openly partisan than at any previous point. Federalists warned that Jefferson's victory would bring French radicalism, religious infidelity, social disorder, and weakness abroad. Republicans warned that Adams and the Federalists represented monarchy, militarism, debt, censorship, and government by a privileged few. Much of this language was exaggerated, but exaggeration can reveal fear. Americans were not only choosing between two men, they were deciding which danger seemed more believable. The campaign took place through newspapers, letters, local committees, state elections, and the complicated machinery of electors. Modern voters might expect candidates to speak directly to crowds, but early Republican political culture still treated direct campaigning with suspicion. Surrogates did much of the work. Printers shaped reputations. Clergymen, lawyers, merchants, and local leaders carried arguments through communities. In some places, the contest had a religious tone, with Jefferson's unorthodox beliefs made into warnings that Christianity itself was at risk. In other places, Federalist repression and taxes carried more weight. The electoral result produced a constitutional crisis. Republican electors had failed to prevent an equal vote between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, who had been intended as the vice presidential candidate. Under the original constitutional system, the tie sent the election to the House of Representatives, where each state delegation had one vote. Federalists still controlled the outgoing House, and some considered supporting Burr over Jefferson, either from hatred of Jefferson or hope that Burr would be more manageable. The Republic now depended on procedure, restraint, and political calculation inside a chamber filled with men who did not trust one another. The House balloting became one of the decisive miniatures in the early Republic. For days in February 1801, delegations voted again and again without resolving the tie. Jefferson waited, outwardly controlled but deeply aware that the situation could damage the constitutional order. Burr did not remove himself clearly enough to satisfy Jefferson's supporters, and his reputation for ambition darkened the moment. Federalists debated whether they could safely elevate him. Hamilton, who despised Jefferson's politics, distrusted Burr's character even more. In letters and influence, Hamilton helped persuade enough Federalists that Jefferson was the safer danger. The count and ballot procedure gave the crisis its peculiar calm. No army decided it. No hereditary claim settled it. No mob stormed the chamber to impose a result. Men cast votes by state delegation, failed, bargained, wrote, waited, and cast votes again. On the 36th ballot, enough Federalists abstained to allow Jefferson to win. The machinery had strained, but it had not broken. The 12th Amendment would later correct the electoral flaw by separating votes for president and vice president. The correction itself showed that the Constitution was not a sacred machine immune from experience. It had to learn from danger. Jefferson called the result the Revolution of 1800, and the phrase reveals how he wanted the election remembered. To him, the transfer of power from Federalists to Republicans represented a return to the principles of 1776, achieved through ballots rather than violence. Federalists saw matters differently. Some feared for the churches, the courts, the army, public credit, and social order. Others, more measured, recognized that constitutional transfer had to be accepted if Republican government was to survive. The losing side left office, not without bitterness, but without overthrowing the system. Adams's final weeks in office were marked by strain. He had already damaged his standing among high Federalists by avoiding full war with France. Now he faced defeat by his old friend and rival. In the final period of his presidency, Federalists passed the Judiciary Act of 1801, and Adams appointed a number of judges, measures Republicans would denounce as an attempt to preserve Federalist influence inside the courts. Adams left Washington before Jefferson's inauguration, a departure often read as wounded pride. It was also the exit of a man whose service had been immense and whose presidency had been consumed by pressures few could have handled gracefully. Jefferson entered the presidency with victory, but not with ease. His party expected reform. Federalists expected danger. The judiciary remained a Federalist stronghold. The nation's finances, military posture, foreign relations, and internal divisions required care. Aaron Burr, now vice president, carried the memory of the electoral tie and the distrust it created. Washington City itself was still unfinished, with muddy roads, incomplete buildings, and a government that looked physically smaller than its constitutional meaning. The Republic had survived succession, but survival had not made it settled. The election of 1800 tested more than Jefferson's ambition. It tested whether Americans could treat political defeat as temporary rather than final, and whether parties could compete without turning opponents into permanent enemies of the state. The answer was incomplete, but it was not failure. Power changed hands. The Constitution bent and was amended. The press remained fierce. The losing party endured. Jefferson's victory did not end conflict, and it did not purify the republic of contradiction. It moved the central experiment into a new phase, where the man who had spoken so long for limited government would have to discover what his principles meant when executive authority rested in his own hands. Chapter 11: President of a Widening Nation. Thomas Jefferson came to the presidency with the language of restraint. On March 4, 1801, in the still unfinished Capitol on the Potomac, he took the oath of office after an election that had strained the constitutional system and unsettled the country's trust in itself. Washington City did not yet possess the ceremonial weight later attached to it. Public buildings stood among raw spaces, muddy roads, scattered houses, and signs of construction that made the federal government seem almost provisional. That physical incompleteness suited the political moment. The Republic had survived its first transfer of power between rival parties, but it had not yet learned how such rivalry would settle into habit. Jefferson's first inaugural address tried to soften the bitterness that had brought him there. He did not speak as a conqueror standing over defeated Federalists, though many Republicans regarded the election as a rescue of the Revolution. He offered reconciliation, most famously insisting that Americans were all Republicans and all Federalists, a phrase meant to draw party difference back into a common national frame. The sentence did not erase the fears of either side. Federalists still worried that Jefferson would weaken public credit, religion, courts, and national authority. Republicans still expected him to undo what they saw as the errors and oppressions of the 1790s. Still, the address gave the new administration a tone of deliberate calm. The ceremony itself became part of Jefferson's political language. Later memory emphasized its simplicity, the president walking rather than arriving in royal display, dressing without grandeur, speaking in a manner that suggested Republican plainness. Some of these details were sharpened by retelling, yet the meaning attached to them was real. Jefferson wanted the presidency to look less elevated than monarchy and less socially distant than European power. He understood symbols well. A government could teach citizens through furniture, dress, architecture, ceremony, and forms of address, not only through statutes. Plainness, however, did not reduce the powers of the office. Once Jefferson became president, he inherited the same executive machinery he had criticized when Federalists used it. Appointments had to be made, laws had to be enforced, diplomacy had to be conducted, revenue had to be collected, military threats had to be answered. A president who preferred limited government still needed a functioning government, and that fact gave his administration its first quiet tension. Republican simplicity could guide the style of power. It could not make power disappear. Albert Gallatin became one of the essential figures of the new administration. As Secretary of the Treasury, he gave Jefferson's principles a practical fiscal form. Gallatin was careful, disciplined, and deeply capable with public finance. He worked to reduce the national debt, lower expenditures, and preserve the government's credit without embracing Hamilton's full vision of financial power. Jefferson trusted him because Gallatin could do what many ideologues cannot: translate suspicion of debt into ledgers, budgets, and administrative practice. The reduction of internal taxes, including the whiskey tax hated by many Western farmers, signaled the change Republicans had promised. Yet Hamilton's system was not dismantled completely. The funded debt remained. The Bank of the United States continued. Customs duties remained central to federal revenue. Public credit was preserved. This restraint is important because Jefferson's presidency was never a pure enactment of opposition rhetoric. Once in office, he accepted parts of the structure he had condemned. He adjusted, reduced, redirected, and symbolically purified, but he did not tear the federal system apart. The revolutionary language of 1800 met the practical need for continuity. Federalist officeholders presented a harder problem. Jefferson believed the previous administration had filled offices with party men, especially in its final weeks, and he felt justified in making changes. At the same time, he did not want to appear vindictive or to make every office depend on party loyalty alone. His removals were selective, though Federalists did not experience them as harmless. The question of who should hold office in a republic was becoming another part of the party system. Rotation could look like democratic correction to one side and partisan punishment to the other. The judiciary soon became the most stubborn Federalist stronghold. In the final period of Adams's presidency, Federalists had passed the Judiciary Act of 1801 and filled new judicial positions, giving rise to the phrase midnight judges. Jefferson and his allies saw this as an attempt to preserve Federalist power after electoral defeat. The most famous dispute involved William Marbury, whose commission as Justice of the Peace had not been delivered before Jefferson took office. Jefferson's Secretary of State, James Madison, refused to deliver it, and the case eventually reached the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall. Marshall was Jefferson's cousin and one of his most important institutional opponents. Their shared Virginia background did not soften the distance between their constitutional views. In Marbury v. Madison, Marshall held that Marbury had a right to his commission, but that the court could not issue the order he sought because the relevant portion of the Judiciary Act was unconstitutional. The decision denied Marbury his office while establishing the court's authority to declare acts of Congress unconstitutional. Marshall had avoided a direct confrontation he might lose and strengthened the judiciary at the same time. Jefferson disliked the result, but the precedent endured. The struggle over the courts showed Jefferson that electoral victory did not give one party command over every part of government. Federal judges held office during good behavior, and their independence could frustrate the popular majority. Republicans attempted to repeal the Judiciary Act of 1801 and later pursued impeachment against certain Federalist judges, most notably Justice Samuel Chase. The Chase impeachment failed in 1805, helping establish that judges would not be removed merely for partisan conduct or offensive opinions. This was not the outcome Jefferson's allies wanted, but it strengthened a boundary around judicial independence. Foreign affairs also refused to remain quiet. In the Mediterranean, the Barbary states of North Africa had long demanded payments from maritime powers whose ships entered vulnerable waters. American commerce, once partly sheltered by British imperial arrangements, now had to be defended by the United States itself. Tripoli demanded greater payment, and when Jefferson refused, conflict followed. The Barbary War gave his administration a military problem at the very moment when Republicans had criticized standing military establishments and expensive Federalist preparations. Jefferson responded with naval force, but in a limited form. American ships were sent to the Mediterranean, and the conflict unfolded through blockade, bombardment, diplomacy, and episodes of daring that later entered naval memory. The capture of the frigate Philadelphia in 1803, after it ran aground near Tripoli, became a major embarrassment. Stephen Decatur's later raid to burn the captured ship prevented its use by the enemy and made his name famous. Jefferson did not become a militarist through the episode, but the war showed that even a republic devoted to peace might need ships, officers, appropriations, and force beyond its own shores. The president's style of leadership remained distinctive. Jefferson preferred written communication, private persuasion, and informal influence over public command. He used dinners as political instruments, bringing members of Congress into settings where conversation could soften resistance or shape agreement. Seating arrangements mattered. Hospitality mattered. The table became a place where policy moved without appearing to be forced. This was not monarchy, but it was power expressed through sociability, and Jefferson used it with skill. A man suspicious of court life had his own Republican forms of influence. Congress, controlled by Republicans, gave Jefferson a more favorable setting than Washington or Adams had often enjoyed. His annual messages were sent in writing rather than delivered in person, ending the practice of the president appearing before Congress in a way Jefferson thought too reminiscent of a monarch's speech from the throne. That change lasted for more than a century. It fit his preference for lowering the visible temperature of executive authority. Written messages allowed policy to appear as reasoned communication rather than ceremonial command. Still, Jefferson was not passive. He shaped legislative priorities, advised allies, reviewed appointments, managed foreign policy, and kept careful track of political opinion. His power often worked through indirection. Critics who imagined him as merely philosophical underestimated his political discipline. He could be courteous and elusive, principled and tactical, generous in language and firm in control. The presidency did not transform him into a different man. It gave his existing habits a national field. The Republican victory also changed the emotional atmosphere for Jefferson's supporters. For years, they had believed themselves under pressure from Federalist policies, prosecutions, taxes, armies, and newspaper attacks. Now they held the executive branch, Congress, and much of the public mood. The danger for any opposition movement is that victory requires it to become responsible for the machinery it once denounced. Jefferson's first term managed that transition with unusual success. Taxes were reduced, the debt began to fall, the tone of government seemed milder, and the country avoided major European entanglement for a time. Federalists did not vanish. In New England especially, they remained socially and politically strong, watching Jefferson's administration with suspicion. They saw Republican attacks on the judiciary as dangerous, cuts to military preparation as naive, and sympathy for agrarian democracy as a threat to commercial life. Some also feared the cultural implications of Jefferson's religious views. To many Federalists, he was not simply a political opponent. He represented a loosening of inherited social order, a decline in reverence, and a dangerous confidence in popular judgment. Jefferson's personal life continued to rest on Monticello even while he occupied the presidency. His daughters, grandchildren, household concerns, debts, building projects, and plantation management remained part of his correspondence. Enslaved labor at Monticello sustained the domestic world from which he drew comfort and identity. The distance between presidential republicanism and plantation mastery remained unclosed. Public simplicity in Washington did not alter private dependence in Virginia. The man who reduced ceremonial grandeur in office still belonged to a household order structured by command. During these early presidential years, another figure moved closer to national destiny: Meriwether Lewis. Lewis had served as Jefferson's private secretary and Jefferson trusted his intelligence, discipline, and frontier experience. The president had long been fascinated by Western geography, rivers, native nations, natural history, and the possibility of routes across the continent. Before the Louisiana Purchase was even completed, Jefferson had been thinking about exploration beyond the Mississippi. In Lewis, he found a man who could carry scientific curiosity and national purpose into the western interior. The timing proved extraordinary. Jefferson entered office intending to restore Republican principles, reduce government, and avoid the corruptions he associated with European power. Yet within his first term, an opportunity appeared that would expand the United States beyond anything its founders had administered before. Louisiana would force him to test his constitutional scruples against national advantage. It would enlarge the republic he loved, strengthen the agrarian future he imagined, and open a vast terrain of conflict, diplomacy, displacement, and ambition. The early presidency therefore left Jefferson in a position of unusual strength. His party was ascendant. His fiscal program seemed successful. The tone of government had changed. The Federalists were divided and increasingly regional. Even the conflicts with the judiciary and Barbary powers had not broken his popularity. He appeared to many supporters as the man who had brought the revolution back to its proper path without bloodshed. The election of 1800 had promised restoration, and for a time the promise seemed plausible. Yet the most consequential decision of Jefferson's presidency did not arise from a campaign pledge or a theory carefully prepared in advance. It came from the collapse of Napoleon's American plans, from diplomacy in Paris, from the fate of New Orleans, and from a sudden offer that placed an empire's worth of land before a president who had spent years warning against loose constitutional interpretation. Jefferson had entered office determined to make the federal government smaller in spirit. Louisiana would make the nation larger in fact. Chapter 12: Louisiana and the Problem of Vastness. Louisiana entered Thomas Jefferson's presidency first as a problem of access, not as a dream of empire. For Western farmers, the Mississippi River was not a distant feature on a map. It was the road by which flour, corn, pork, tobacco, and other produce could move toward market. Roads across the mountains were difficult, slow, and expensive. River movement carried the hopes of Kentucky, Tennessee, and the Ohio Valley southward toward New Orleans, where goods could be transferred into the commerce of the Gulf and the Atlantic. Whoever controlled New Orleans held a hand near the throat of Western settlement. For years, Spain had controlled Louisiana and New Orleans, and American diplomacy had tried to preserve the right of deposit there. That right allowed American goods to be stored at New Orleans before shipment. It was a practical arrangement, but practical arrangements can become political foundations when thousands of people depend on them. In 1802, when news spread that Spain had transferred Louisiana back to France and that access at New Orleans had been restricted, alarm moved through the western country. Farmers did not need a theory of geopolitics to understand the danger. If the river closed, their independence narrowed with it. Napoleon Bonaparte's control of Louisiana changed the scale of the threat. Spain was a declining imperial power, familiar and often slow. France under Napoleon was something else. It had armies, ambition, administrative capacity, and a ruler whose imagination moved across continents. Jefferson had long admired France as the ally of the American Revolution, and had sympathized with the early French struggle against monarchy. Yet a French empire planted at the mouth of the Mississippi was a different matter from French Republican language in Paris. Geography could turn friendship into anxiety. Jefferson understood the Western danger with unusual clarity. The United States might be formally independent, but if a powerful European state controlled the river system on which Western Americans relied, the future of the Republic would remain constrained. Western settlers might grow angry with the federal government if it failed to protect their access. Some might even look toward foreign arrangements if American diplomacy seemed weak. The Union was still young, and attachment to it could not be taken for granted in distant settlements. Louisiana therefore touched commerce, security, loyalty, and the physical direction of the country. His first aim was not to buy all of Louisiana. Jefferson wanted New Orleans and perhaps parts of the Floridas, enough to secure the Mississippi outlet and remove the most immediate danger. He sent James Monroe to join Robert Livingston in France, hoping that their combined authority could negotiate a purchase. Livingston had already been pressing French officials with limited success. Monroe's arrival signaled urgency. The mission carried money, instructions, and the expectation that diplomacy might prevent a crisis that could otherwise lead toward war or alliance with Britain. Events in the wider Atlantic world changed the negotiation before American skill could fully account for it. Napoleon's plans for a restored French Empire in the Americas depended heavily on Saint-Domingue, the French colony that had been transformed by slave revolt and revolution into the struggle that would lead to Haiti. French efforts to regain control there failed at terrible cost. Disease, resistance, and war weakened the expedition sent by Napoleon. Without Saint-Domingue as the center of a renewed Caribbean empire, Louisiana became less useful to France. At the same time, renewed war with Britain threatened to make distant territories vulnerable. The result was one of the most surprising diplomatic openings in American history. Instead of offering only New Orleans, French representatives indicated that the United States could buy all of Louisiana. Livingston and Monroe were astonished by the scale of the offer. The territory stretched from the Mississippi River westward across a vast interior whose precise boundaries were not fully clear. It included river systems, plains, settlements, forts, indigenous homelands, commercial routes, and spaces that American officials knew imperfectly. The price, $15 million, was enormous, but the opportunity was larger. The negotiation moved quickly because delay could destroy it. Napoleon might change his mind. War might intervene. Instructions from Jefferson did not clearly authorize the purchase of all Louisiana, but Livingston and Monroe understood that waiting for new instructions across the Atlantic could cost the United States the chance. Diplomacy often rewards men who know when to exceed the letter of their orders in service of the purpose behind them. They agreed to the treaty in 1803. Paper did what armies might not have done safely. It removed France from the Mississippi and doubled the territorial claims of the United States. When news reached Jefferson, triumph came with constitutional discomfort. He had spent years arguing for a limited federal government and a careful reading of delegated powers. Now he faced a treaty that gave the nation an immense territory, though the Constitution did not explicitly say that the federal government could acquire foreign land and incorporate it into the Union. Hamiltonians, who favored broader implied powers, might have found the constitutional problem easier. Jefferson did not. His own principles made success awkward. For a time, Jefferson considered seeking a constitutional amendment to authorize the purchase. This would have satisfied his theoretical scruples, but it carried practical danger. The treaty required timely ratification. Napoleon could withdraw. Foreign circumstances could shift. Federalist opposition could gather. The Western country would not wait patiently while constitutional purity risked New Orleans. Jefferson therefore accepted a broader use of the treaty power than his earlier constitutional language might have suggested. He did not abandon his principles lightly, but he bent them under the weight of opportunity. This miniature rests on Jefferson with maps, letters, treaty terms, and hesitation before him. The man who had warned against loose construction now held a chance to secure the Mississippi, expand the agrarian republic, remove a European power from the interior, and give future generations access to land on a scale almost beyond ordinary administration. The constitutional question did not vanish because the opportunity was attractive. It remained present, a quiet pressure inside the victory. Jefferson chose the purchase, and in doing so, he showed that even the strictest political theories can loosen when history places a continent on the table. The Senate ratified the Louisiana Purchase Treaty in October 1803, and the transfer ceremonies followed. At New Orleans, the French flag briefly rose after Spanish authority ended, and then the American flag replaced it. Such ceremonies were orderly on the surface, but beneath them lay the complexity of peoples whose lives were not created by the treaty. French-speaking and Spanish-speaking residents, free people of color, enslaved people, merchants, soldiers, priests, native nations, and settlers all belonged to the region's reality. The United States had acquired sovereignty from France, but sovereignty on paper did not mean immediate understanding on the ground. Federalists reacted with unease and sometimes open hostility. Some feared that the purchase would strengthen Jefferson and the Republicans politically by creating future Western states likely to support agrarian democracy. Others doubted whether the territory could be governed constitutionally or whether its inhabitants could be incorporated into the American Union. New England Federalists worried that political power would move south and west, away from the commercial Northeast. Their criticism was not only legal, it was sectional, social, and electoral. Louisiana threatened to change the balance of the Republic. Jefferson saw something different. He imagined an expanded republic of independent farmers with enough land to preserve virtue for generations. Crowded cities, manufacturing dependence, and concentrated poverty seemed to him the dangers of Europe. Land offered release from those dangers, at least in his political imagination. If American families could spread across a broad continent, he believed they might remain self-sufficient, moderate, and republican. This was the pastoral hope at the heart of his expansionism. It made the purchase feel not like empire, but like preservation. Yet the land was not empty, and the hope carried consequences Jefferson did not fully reckon with. Native nations occupied, used, governed, hunted, farmed, traded, and fought across the territories Americans now claimed. The purchase did not buy their consent. It bought France's claim against other empires. American expansion would require diplomacy, pressure, treaties, trade policy, debt relationships, military posts, and eventually removal from lands desired by settlers. Jefferson could write of civilization, exchange, and gradual change, but the direction of policy favored American possession. Vastness, once acquired, demanded acts of control. The administration also had to learn what it had purchased. Boundaries were uncertain, maps were incomplete, rivers, mountains, species, languages, and political relations needed to be described. Jefferson's curiosity and statecraft joined in the planning of Western exploration. Even before the purchase was complete, he had been preparing an expedition beyond the Mississippi, and the new territory made the project more urgent and more meaningful. Exploration would gather knowledge, announce presence, build relations with native peoples, and search for routes across the continent. Meriwether Lewis became Jefferson's chosen instrument for this work. Lewis had served as his private secretary, and Jefferson trusted him personally. He sent Lewis to Philadelphia for instruction in medicine, natural history, astronomy, and navigation. William Clark joined as co-leader, bringing military experience, frontier knowledge, and practical steadiness. The expedition's supplies included rifles, powder, trade goods, medicines, scientific instruments, notebooks, and gifts intended for diplomacy with native nations. A journey of imagination became a journey of inventory, training, and careful preparation. The Lewis and Clark expedition, formerly the Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis in 1804 and moved up the Missouri River into country only partially known to American officials. Its members recorded plants, animals, landscapes, distances, weather, languages, and encounters. Sacagawea, a Shoshone woman traveling with the expedition, became crucial at several points, especially through interpretation, kinship connection, and the visible presence of a woman and child, which helped signal that the party was not a war band. Her later memory has often been simplified, but her role inside the expedition was practical and significant. For Jefferson, the expedition satisfied many parts of his mind at once. It was scientific because it promised new knowledge of geography, botany, zoology, and climate. It was commercial because it explored routes and trade possibilities. It was diplomatic because it established contact with native nations under the shadow of American claims. It was strategic because it marked American interest in the continent before other powers could dominate the interior. And it was personal because Jefferson had long imagined the West as the future space of his republic. Louisiana also complicated slavery's future. Jefferson did not yet face the later Missouri crisis, but the purchase opened vast new questions about whether slavery would expand westward. The old contradiction of the Republic now gained new geography. Land that Jefferson imagined as the refuge of independent farmers could also become land for plantation slavery, forced labor, and political struggle between free and slave states. The treaty did not decide these matters at once. It made them unavoidable in the long run. Administratively, Louisiana required government before it could become states. Congress had to create territorial arrangements, define offices, manage legal transitions, and decide how much self-government inhabitants would receive. Republican theory favored consent, but territorial government often meant federal appointment and limited local power. Jefferson, who distrusted distant rule in principle, now presided over distant rule in practice. The inhabitants of Louisiana entered American sovereignty before entering equal political membership. Expansion made the republic larger and less simple. The purchase strengthened Jefferson politically. It was difficult for many citizens to argue against success so visible. The United States had gained enormous territory without war, secured New Orleans, removed France from its western border, and opened prospects that seemed almost limitless to supporters. Jefferson's re-election in 1804 came easily. Federalists weakened further. The Republican vision appeared triumphant, and Jefferson stood as the president who had enlarged the nation while claiming to preserve Republican restraint. Still, the Louisiana Purchase revealed a pattern that would follow American history for generations. Expansion solved one problem by creating others. It secured the Mississippi but intensified questions about native sovereignty. It enlarged the agrarian future but opened new paths for slavery. It strengthened the Union but altered the balance among regions. It fulfilled Jefferson's imagination while forcing him beyond his constitutional comfort. The achievement was real, and so were its burdens. For Jefferson personally, Louisiana was perhaps the greatest practical success of his presidency. The Declaration had given the Revolution language. The Louisiana Purchase gave the Republic space. Between those two acts lay much of his public meaning. Yet space is never neutral once a government claims it. It has to be crossed, governed, surveyed, defended, sold, settled, and argued over. The president, who had once feared the overgrowth of federal power, now held responsibility for a nation whose size invited power to grow. As Lewis and Clark moved westward and reports slowly returned, Jefferson's America seemed to open beyond the limits known to his youth. The son of a Virginia surveyor had become the president of a country suddenly enlarged across rivers, plains, and mountains, still only partly understood in Washington. But the same Atlantic world that made Louisiana available was not finished with him. Britain and France were again at war. American ships were vulnerable, and neutral commerce was becoming harder to protect. Vastness had brought triumph, but the sea would bring frustration. Chapter 13: Embargo, Frustration, and the Limits of Peace. Jefferson's second term began with the confidence of a president who had just won an overwhelming re-election. The Louisiana Purchase had enlarged the nation without war. The Federalists had weakened. The public debt was falling, and the Republican vision seemed to many of his supporters to have proved itself in office. Yet second terms often gather difficulties that first terms postpone. The wider world did not become gentler because Jefferson preferred peace. Britain and France were again locked in conflict. American commerce moved through dangerous waters, and the president who wanted a lightly governed republic found himself drawn toward enforcement, secrecy, prosecution, and coercion. Aaron Burr brought one of the earliest shadows over the second term. After the election crisis of 1800, Burr had remained vice president, but Jefferson no longer trusted him. The tie with Jefferson had left a lasting stain, and Burr's later killing of Alexander Hamilton in their 1804 duel made him a figure of even deeper suspicion. By the time his vice presidency ended, Burr had become a displaced man of ambition, reputation, and grievance. He looked westward, where distance from the eastern seaboard and uncertainty over borders made bold schemes seem more possible than they would have seemed in settled capitals. The Burr conspiracy remains difficult to describe because its exact intentions were never perfectly clear. Burr moved through western regions, communicated with General James Wilkinson, gathered men and boats, and spoke in ways that suggested plans involving Spanish territory, perhaps Mexico, perhaps some separation of Western lands, perhaps a private military adventure. Wilkinson, who was himself entangled in questionable dealings with Spain, eventually turned against Burr and informed Jefferson. Rumor and evidence reached Washington in fragments. The president had to decide whether he was seeing treason, filibustering ambition, or political fantasy dressed in dangerous motion. Jefferson chose to treat the matter as grave. He issued a proclamation warning citizens against unlawful military expeditions and later declared that Burr's guilt was placed beyond question. That statement would cause difficulty because the legal system required proof, not presidential certainty. Burr was arrested and tried for treason in Richmond in 1807, with Chief Justice John Marshall presiding. The trial brought Jefferson's distrust of Burr into contact with Marshall's strict understanding of legal evidence. Once again, the president and the chief justice stood on opposite sides of a constitutional boundary. The courtroom in Richmond turned the conspiracy into a test of law. Treason under the Constitution required an overt act witnessed by two people, and Marshall insisted on a narrow standard. Jefferson's administration wanted documents, testimony, and broader inference to establish Burr's dangerous purpose. Marshall would not allow suspicion, ambition, or loose association to substitute for the constitutional requirement. Burr was acquitted of treason. The result angered Jefferson, who believed Marshall had protected a dangerous man through legal technicality. Yet the trial also showed that even an unpopular defendant could benefit from constitutional limits when executive power wanted conviction. This episode mattered because it revealed Jefferson under pressure. The apostle of limited government was now the president seeking evidence, pressing prosecution, and condemning a former vice president before the courts had completed their work. His defenders could say that he was protecting the Union against disunion and private military schemes. His critics could say that he had allowed political hatred to outrun legal restraint. Both readings catch something. Office had placed Jefferson where responsibility made power tempting, especially when danger appeared to come from a man he already distrusted. While the Burr affair unfolded, a larger crisis gathered at sea. Britain and France were fighting a war that neither side wished neutral commerce to escape. Britain, with its powerful navy, imposed blockades and searched ships. France, under Napoleon's continental system, tried to close European ports to British trade and punish commerce that obeyed British rules. American merchants wanted to trade with both sides while remaining neutral. That desire made sense for a commercial republic, but it did not match the habits of great empires at war. To Britain and France, neutral rights mattered less than victory. Impressment became the most humiliating British practice from the American point of view. The Royal Navy, always hungry for sailors, claimed the right to search American vessels for British deserters and take men into service. In practice, American sailors could be seized as well, especially because nationality at sea was often difficult to prove, and British officers were not inclined to be gentle about the distinction. For Americans, impressment touched sovereignty at the level of individual bodies. A flag that could not protect sailors from being carried onto foreign ships seemed, in that moment, a fragile flag. Jefferson had long distrusted Britain, and British behavior gave him many reasons to distrust it more. Yet he also dreaded war. War would require taxes, debt, armies, naval expansion, executive energy, and all the instruments of government he had spent his career treating with suspicion. The United States was larger after Louisiana, but still militarily weak beside Britain. Its coast was long, its treasury carefully managed, its navy modest, and its political unity uncertain. A war for honor could easily become a war of exhaustion. Jefferson wanted another instrument. The Chesapeake Leopard affair of 1807 made avoidance harder. The British warship HMS Leopard stopped the American frigate USS Chesapeake off the Virginia coast and demanded the surrender of alleged deserters. When the Chesapeake refused, the Leopard fired on it, leaving Americans dead and wounded, then removed several men. The attack caused outrage across the United States. It was not a distant insult in some European port. It happened near American waters, against an American naval vessel, with the violence of British power made plain. Public anger rose sharply. Many Americans who had little taste for war still felt that national honor required a strong answer. Jefferson had to absorb the anger without letting it carry the country into a conflict for which he believed it was unprepared. He ordered British ships out of American waters and pursued diplomacy, but he also looked toward economic pressure as a substitute for war. If America could deny its trade to Britain and France, perhaps both empires would feel enough pain to respect neutral rights. Peaceful coercion became the great experiment of his second term. The Embargo Act of 1807 prohibited American ships from sailing to foreign ports. It was sweeping, ambitious, and deeply Jeffersonian in its hope that commerce could be used morally and peacefully against war-making powers. Rather than fight Britain or France, the United States would withdraw its goods and vessels from the Atlantic contest. American produce would stay home. American ships would remain in harbor. Foreign powers, deprived of American supplies and markets, would reconsider their attacks on neutral rights. The policy imagined national self-denial as an instrument stronger than cannon. On paper, the embargo had a certain elegance. It promised firmness without bloodshed. It avoided alliance with either European belligerent. It allowed Jefferson to resist British insult without building the kind of military state he feared. It also drew on his older belief that America's agricultural goods were valuable enough to give the Republic leverage over Europe. But the Atlantic economy did not bend as neatly as theory required. Britain found other supplies, adjusted its trade, and endured the pressure. France was already using coercion on a continental scale. The people most immediately hurt were Americans. New England suffered heavily. Ships sat idle in harbors. Sailors lost work. Merchants watched capital trapped and voyages canceled. Farmers who depended on export markets saw prices fall. Southern planters, Western producers, insurers, dock workers, and trades connected to shipping also felt the strain. Smuggling increased along the Canadian border and the coast. A policy designed to defend national dignity began to look, in many communities, like a government punishing its own citizens more effectively than it punished foreign powers. The embargo turned restraint into hardship. Enforcement required more government than Jeffersonian theory liked to admit. Customs officials needed authority. Ships had to be watched. Coasting trade had to be regulated. Suspicious cargoes had to be investigated. Congress passed supplementary acts to tighten enforcement, and the administration found itself drawn into increasingly intrusive measures. The president who had criticized Federalist overreach now presided over a policy that reached into docks, warehouses, manifests, clearances, and local commerce. Limited government expanded through the paperwork of peaceful pressure. This miniature belongs to the embargo as burden. In a New England harbor, the silence was not picturesque. It was economic injury. Masts stood without departure. Warehouses held goods that were supposed to move. Sailors waited for wages that voyages would have paid. Merchants calculated losses in ledgers rather than speeches. Customs officers, often unpopular in the best of times, became the local face of national policy. The embargo did not need battlefield noise to change daily life. It worked through absence, through ships that did not sail, and cargoes that did not leave. Republican unity suffered. Some of Jefferson's supporters defended the embargo as patriotic sacrifice, a necessary alternative to war and submission. Others grew uneasy as the damage spread. Federalists found new life in opposition, especially in commercial regions where the policy seemed ruinous. They accused Jefferson of sacrificing American commerce to an unrealistic attachment to France, or of using executive power in ways he would have condemned under Adams. The old party language reversed itself in bitter ways. Federalists now spoke fiercely of liberty against national restriction. Republicans defended national authority in the name of peace. Jefferson did not abandon the policy quickly because he still hoped time would prove it effective. He believed that temporary hardship might be necessary to avoid greater dangers. He also believed that American dependence on foreign trade was part of the problem, and that domestic manufacturing might grow while foreign commerce paused. Yet the embargo demanded a level of national discipline the country did not possess. Citizens were willing to condemn British impressment and French decrees. They were less willing to watch their own livelihoods weaken indefinitely for a pressure campaign whose success remained invisible. The policy also exposed regional differences that had been present from the beginning. A planter president from Virginia could think of trade as something the nation might suspend for a higher purpose, but maritime communities experienced trade as daily existence. Ships were not abstractions, they were workplaces, investments, family support, and local identity. To ask such communities to accept idle harbors for national principle was to ask more than Jefferson's theory had measured. The Republic of Farmers and the Republic of Merchants did not feel the embargo in the same way. Madison, as Secretary of State and Jefferson's chosen successor, was drawn into the same difficulties. He handled diplomatic correspondence with Britain and France, trying to defend neutral rights while the embargo failed to produce the desired change. His position was unenviable. He had to represent a policy that increasingly damaged the administration and would soon inherit the foreign crisis it had not solved. The partnership between Jefferson and Madison remained close, but the presidency waiting for Madison would be burdened by unresolved maritime conflict. By 1808, enforcement had become harsher and opposition more intense. Smuggling along the Canadian border turned some areas into open sites of resistance. Local juries could be reluctant to convict. State and federal authority came into tension. The administration discovered that economic coercion required public consent as surely as war did. Without that consent, law became a contest between national purpose and local survival. The embargo's moral design could not escape the practical realities of enforcement across thousands of miles of coast and border. Jefferson's own mood darkened in the final stretch of his presidency. He had never enjoyed the public exposure of office as much as he enjoyed planning, writing, building, reading, and advising from a place of intellectual control. The second term brought fewer satisfactions. Burr had tested the law, Britain had insulted the flag, France had ignored American rights, the embargo had divided the country and damaged his popularity. A president who had hoped to preserve peace found that peace could demand coercion nearly as controversial as war. In the final months, Jefferson accepted repeal of the embargo and its replacement by the Non-Intercourse Act, which reopened trade with most nations while maintaining restrictions against Britain and France. The change was an admission that the broader policy had failed. It did not solve the underlying problem. American neutral rights remained threatened, impressment continued, and Europe's war still shaped the choices of the United States. Jefferson left office having avoided full-scale war, but he had not secured the peace he wanted. His retirement in 1809 had the appearance of voluntary Republican virtue. Like Washington, he left after 2 terms, helping strengthen the custom that presidents should not hold power indefinitely. He turned the office over to James Madison, his closest political friend and intellectual partner. The transfer kept Republican power intact and suggested stability. Yet beneath that calm lay unresolved strain. The maritime crisis would continue. Federalist opposition had revived in parts of the country. The limits of commercial coercion had been revealed. Jefferson's second term therefore complicates the easy memory of his presidency. The Louisiana Purchase shows him at his most successful, enlarging the nation through diplomacy and decision. The embargo shows him at his most frustrated, trying to use peaceful means with coercive reach and discovering that theory could harm the citizens it meant to protect. His hatred of war was sincere. His desire to defend American rights was also sincere. The trouble lay in the narrow path between submission and conflict, where a weak nation tried to make great powers listen without becoming like them. When Jefferson left Washington, he carried both achievement and disappointment back to Monticello. He had written Independence, helped found a party, won the presidency, purchased Louisiana, reduced debt, and preserved peace at a cost that many citizens had not forgiven. Public life had given him lasting fame, but also exposed the limits of his own ideas. In retirement, the pressures of office would recede, but they would not be replaced by ease. Monticello waited with family, books, architecture, visitors, enslaved labor, old friendships, and debts that had been gathering for much longer than his presidency. Chapter 14: Monticello After Power. Monticello received Thomas Jefferson back from the presidency with the appearance of peace, but not with the reality of rest. He had long imagined retirement as the proper end of Republican service, a return from public authority to private cultivation, books, family, architecture, agriculture, and correspondence. In March 1809, when he left office and James Madison succeeded him, the gesture looked almost classical. A citizen had held power and laid it down. Yet Jefferson's private world was not a quiet refuge outside history. It was a working plantation, an unfinished house, a crowded family seat, a site of enslaved labor, and a financial structure already weakened by habits that had followed him for decades. The house on the little mountain had grown with him. Monticello was never only a dwelling, and it was never truly finished. Jefferson revised it across much of his adult life, drawing from Palladian models, French architecture, Roman precedent, and his own experiments in space, light, convenience, and display. Rooms were altered, dependencies arranged, terraces extended, windows placed, mechanical devices installed, and books gathered in great numbers. Visitors saw refinement, invention, proportion, and the mind of a man who believed that architecture could educate the eye. Behind that visible order stood ledgers, labor, debt, weather, and the ordinary strain of maintaining a large estate. Retirement brought visitors in steady numbers. Jefferson's fame made Monticello a destination for travelers, admirers, foreign guests, politicians, young men seeking advice, neighbors, relatives, and strangers who felt that a visit to the author of the Declaration belonged almost to civic pilgrimage. Hospitality was expected of a Virginia gentleman, and Jefferson gave it generously, sometimes beyond prudence. Meals had to be prepared, horses had to be stabled, beds had to be arranged. Wine, food, servants' labor, and household attention all supported the social grace for which guests praised him. The cost did not vanish because the manners were beautiful. Family life also filled the mountain. Jefferson's daughter Martha, known as Patsy, and her large family were central to his later years. His younger daughter Maria, called Polly in childhood, had died in 1804, a loss that left another private wound in a life already marked by bereavement. Grandchildren moved through the household, bringing affection, noise, education, dependence, and expense. Jefferson loved family society, and old age gave him much of it. It also gave him responsibility. The retired president was not a solitary philosopher in a clean study. He was the head of a complicated domestic world. That domestic world depended on enslaved people. Monticello's elegance cannot be honestly separated from their labor. Enslaved men, women, and children worked in fields, kitchens, workshops, stables, naileries, gardens, and domestic spaces. They raised food, tended animals, made objects, cooked meals, cleaned rooms, transported goods, cared for children, maintained buildings, and supported the routines that made Jefferson's intellectual and social life possible. Some were members of the Hemings family, whose connection to Jefferson's household reached back through Martha Jefferson's family and included Sally Hemings and the children. Evidence indicates Jefferson fathered with her. The plantation's organization had its own geography. Mulberry Row, near the main house, included workshops and dwellings where skilled labor took place close to Jefferson's eye. The nailery, established earlier as part of Jefferson's effort to make the plantation more productive, employed enslaved boys in manufacturing nails for sale and use. He tracked production, discipline, output, and profit with the same habit of record that he brought to books and weather. Such details are uncomfortable because they show the closeness of intellect and command. The hand that drafted natural rights also calculated the labor of enslaved children. Jefferson was not unaware of slavery's moral danger. He had written against it in private and public forms, feared its consequences for the Republic, and understood that it corrupted both master and enslaved. Yet awareness did not become emancipation on the scale his own life required. He freed very few people. He remained dependent on enslaved labor, tied by debt, family expectation, racial assumption, and the plantation economy to the institution he knew to be unjust. His retirement therefore makes the contradiction more visible, not less. Away from public office, the private structure remains. Debt pressed against everything. Jefferson had inherited debt through family connections, accumulated more through building, books, hospitality, agricultural problems, market fluctuations, and a lifelong difficulty with financial restraint. Tobacco had long tied Virginia planters to unstable credit systems, and Jefferson shifted crops and experimented with agriculture without escaping the deeper problem. Wheat, nail production, livestock, and estate management did not bring the security he wanted. His account books were careful, but careful records did not create solvency. Monticello's order existed beside financial disorder. There is a sadness in the precision of Jefferson's ledgers. He could classify expenses, calculate yields, list purchases, and design systems with extraordinary attention. Yet the whole structure continued to lean toward insolvency. Books arrived, wine was ordered, building continued, guests were fed, family needs expanded. Land was not always liquid, and enslaved people were legally treated as assets in the same world that made their sale a financial possibility. Debt in a slave society carried a human threat. Creditors did not press only against furniture and acres, they pressed against families held in bondage. Retirement also restored Jefferson to correspondence on a vast scale. Letters had always been one of the main forms of his life. He advised younger politicians, answered strangers, discussed agriculture, science, religion, education, classical literature, architecture, and public affairs. He remained closely connected to Madison during the War of 1812, offering counsel and sympathy as his friend endured the conflict Jefferson had hoped to avoid. He watched national events from the mountain, no longer responsible for decisions, but never indifferent to them. Retirement reduced his office. It did not narrow his attention. The War of 1812 affected Jefferson's world in several ways. He supported the Republican cause and saw the war as a defense of American rights against Britain, though he had left Madison with the unresolved maritime crisis that helped produce it. British forces burned Washington in 1814, damaging the public buildings of the capital, whose location Jefferson had helped secure years earlier. The war strained the young nation and revived Federalist opposition for a time. From Monticello, Jefferson observed a republic still learning the cost of sovereignty. Independence had been declared in his youth, but it still required defense in old age. A very different kind of national service came through books. After the British burned the Capitol and destroyed the Congressional Library, Jefferson offered to sell his own library to Congress. His collection was one of the finest in America, broad in languages, subjects, and intellectual ambition. The sale was completed in 1815 and became the foundation for the rebuilt Library of Congress. Jefferson needed the money, but the transfer also suited his belief that a legislature required knowledge across many fields. He did not imagine public reason as narrow. Lawmakers, in his view, should have access to history, science, philosophy, law, and the practical arts. Selling the library hurt him even as it helped him. Books were not decorative possessions to Jefferson. They were part of the architecture of his mind. He famously said he could not live without books, and the statement has the ring of habit rather than display. After selling thousands of volumes, he began collecting again, rebuilding what he had just surrendered. The act reveals both his devotion to learning and his inability to let financial necessity permanently discipline desire. Even sacrifice became, in time, a new accumulation. The most famous friendship of his old age was the renewed correspondence with John Adams. The two men had been companions in revolution, colleagues in diplomacy, rivals in party politics, and then estranged by the bitterness of the 1790s. Their reconciliation began in 1812, encouraged in part by Benjamin Rush before his death. Once reopened, the exchange became one of the great lettered conversations of the early republic. They wrote as old men who had survived ambition, anger, victory, defeat, grief, and the passing of their own generation from power. The letters between Adams and Jefferson did not erase their differences. Adams remained more skeptical of human nature, more openly wounded by political memory, and more defensive of his own neglected service. Jefferson remained more serene in style, more attached to Republican optimism, and more inclined to philosophical breadth. They discussed history, religion, education, revolution, aristocracy, memory, and the strange experience of outliving the world they had helped create. Their correspondence has endured because it gives the founding generation an old age in words. Public statues do not argue with one another. Adams and Jefferson still did. A miniature from these years can begin after the silence had already done its work. For more than a decade, injury and pride had kept the two old friends apart. Then letters crossed again, cautiously at first, and the habit returned. Adams wrote with heat, humor, complaint, and brilliance. Jefferson answered with elegance, reassurance, and philosophical distance. The exchange did not make them young, and it did not undo the Alien and Sedition Acts, the election of 1800, or the wounds carried by Abigail Adams. It gave the past a place to speak without requiring complete agreement. Abigail's memory remained important in that correspondence even after her death in 1818. She had once cared for Jefferson in Europe as a friend, and later she had judged him harshly for what she saw as betrayal during the attacks on Adams. Her letters to him during the rupture are among the clearest moral documents of that broken friendship. Jefferson's reconciliation with Adams did not fully answer Abigail's accusations. It settled into the gentler territory available to old men after many of the fiercest witnesses were gone. Monticello's daily life continued beneath this exchange of former presidents. Enslaved families lived with their own relationships, skills, sorrows, strategies, and hopes inside a system designed to deny them legal control over their lives. Jefferson's records name many of them through labor, family connection, or estate accounting, but the records remain uneven because the plantation preserved the owner's perspective more fully than the lives of the owned. Some members of the Hemmings family received forms of favored treatment, skilled work, or eventual freedom, but favoritism within slavery did not remove the condition itself. The law still held people as property. Jefferson's grandchildren brought warmth to his later years. He supervised education, advised reading, encouraged manners, and enjoyed the company of young minds. He believed deeply in education as the foundation of Republican life, not only for his descendants, but for the country. In the household, education could appear intimate and affectionate, a grandfather guiding children through books and habits. In public thought, it became institutional, tied to his dream of a university that would free Virginia from dependence on older models of clerical and aristocratic learning. His religious views remained a subject of suspicion and curiosity. Jefferson rejected Orthodox Trinitarian Christianity and admired the moral teachings of Jesus while cutting away what he regarded as later corruption, miracle, and priestly distortion. In retirement, he produced his own edited version of the Gospels, extracting passages to form a moral narrative. He did not publish it as a public provocation. It belonged to his private effort to separate ethical teaching from doctrine he could not accept. Federalist accusations that he was an atheist had always been crude, but his religion was certainly not conventional. The old political world did not leave him alone. Younger men sought his blessing, and political movements claimed him. The Republican Party he had helped build changed over time, especially after the Federalists weakened and then collapsed as a national force. The era of good feelings under James Monroe seemed, on the surface, to reduce party division, but older conflicts over bank policy, internal improvements, slavery, and federal power remained beneath the calm. Jefferson watched as the country moved beyond the first party system into problems that could not be solved by defeating Hamilton's heirs. The Missouri Crisis of 1819 and 1820 disturbed him deeply. The question of whether Missouri would enter the Union as a slave state reopened the sectional danger that had been present since the founding. Jefferson described the crisis in severe terms, recognizing that slavery's expansion threatened the Union's future. Yet again, recognition did not amount to a workable remedy. He feared disunion, feared federal interference with slavery, feared racial conflict, and feared the moral burden slavery placed on the country. The crisis showed that the contradiction present at Shadwell, Monticello, and Philadelphia had not faded with time. It had grown with the Republic. Old age made Jefferson revered, but not secure. Visitors saw the sage of Monticello, the author of Independence, the retired president, the philosopher among books and vines. Creditors saw unpaid obligations. Family members saw affection and worry. Enslaved people saw the continuity of command and the uncertainty that debt could bring. Adams saw an old friend and old rival. Younger Republicans saw a source of legitimacy. The same man could be symbol, debtor, patriarch, master, correspondent, architect, and memory before breakfast was done. As his body aged, his projects did not cease. The most important of them was the University of Virginia. It drew together his belief in education, architecture, Republican citizenship, religious independence, and public improvement. The university would become the last great public creation of his life, and he gave it an attention that resembled both fatherly care and architectural obsession. Buildings, curriculum, faculty recruitment, governance, and the arrangement of space all mattered to him. He wanted an institution that would teach the Republic how to think without submitting to inherited authority. Monticello after power, therefore, was not an epilogue. It was a crowded final act. The presidency had ended, but the consequences of Jefferson's life had gathered around him more visibly than before. His words had become national property. His debts had become family danger. His house had become a destination. His enslaved laborers remained bound within the estate's survival. His friendship with Adams had returned in letters. His dream of education was taking physical form in Virginia soil. In that late mixture of honor, beauty, dependence, contradiction, and decline, Jefferson moved toward the last project by which he hoped to serve the republic he had helped name. Chapter 15: The University, the Debt, and the Last 4th of July. The last great public labor of Thomas Jefferson's life did not belong to the presidency. It rose instead from a long conviction that a republic could not remain free if its citizens were left intellectually dependent on inherited authority, old institutions, and narrow forms of education. In youth, Jefferson had been formed by tutors, classical texts, Williamsburg conversations, George Wythe's law office, and the wide reading that became one of his lifelong disciplines. In old age, he wanted to give Virginia something more deliberate than the education he had pieced together for himself. He wanted a university shaped by Republican purpose. The University of Virginia became the final project through which Jefferson tried to turn thought into architecture. He did not imagine education as an ornament for gentlemen alone, though his own social world still shaped the institution's limits. He saw it as a public necessity. A self-governing people needed citizens trained in law, science, history, languages, medicine, mathematics, moral reasoning, and public responsibility. If ignorance could be ruled by priests, demagogues, monarchs, or inherited prejudice, then knowledge became a form of civic defense. In Jefferson's mind, schools were part of the machinery of liberty. This belief had roots far back in his public life. During the Revolution, he had proposed educational reforms for Virginia, hoping to create a system in which talent might be drawn upward through schooling. Many of those early plans failed or were only partly adopted, but the desire remained. He distrusted established church control over education, disliked intellectual dependence on Europe, and wanted institutions suited to an American republic. The University of Virginia gave him a final chance to build that desire in brick, stone, curriculum, and landscape. Joseph C. Cabell became one of the indispensable partners in making the university possible. Cabell worked in the Virginia legislature, where Jefferson's dream needed votes, money, charters, and political patience. Jefferson could design, persuade, and inspire from Monticello, but the university could not be created by private imagination alone. It had to pass through public bodies and local rivalries. Other locations had supporters. Other educational traditions had defenders. Religious concerns, regional interests, financial reluctance, and political caution all had to be managed before the project could take lasting form. The site at Charlottesville mattered to Jefferson both practically and symbolically. It lay near Monticello, close enough for him to supervise with remarkable attention, but it also belonged to the Virginia interior that had shaped his life. The university's plans centered on the lawn, a long open space bordered by pavilions and student rooms, with the rotunda at its head. Jefferson called the arrangement an academical village, and the phrase captures his belief that learning should be lived among buildings, teachers, books, and daily habits rather than confined to one formal hall. Education for him required an environment. The architecture carried his mind in visible form. Pavilions differed in classical style, teaching by example as well as by function. Professors would live near students. The rotunda, inspired by the Roman Pantheon, stood not as a chapel but as a library, a choice with unmistakable meaning. Older colleges often placed religious worship at the architectural center. Jefferson placed books there. This did not mean he wanted a university without moral seriousness. It meant that knowledge, rather than ecclesiastical authority, would occupy the central public space. Curriculum mattered as much as buildings. Jefferson wanted students to choose fields of study with more freedom than older college systems allowed. He sought professors in modern languages, ancient languages, mathematics, natural philosophy, medicine, law, and moral philosophy. Recruiting faculty from abroad, especially Britain, showed both his ambition and the limits of America's existing academic resources. The university was meant to free Virginia from dependence on older intellectual structures, but its first generation still needed transatlantic knowledge to begin. Even independents had to borrow teachers. The university's founding also revealed Jefferson's practical habits in old age. He reviewed designs, costs, bricks, roofs, sight lines, room arrangements, faculty appointments, regulations, and ceremonial details. From Monticello, he watched the buildings rise with a mixture of paternal pride and administrative concern. Letters carried instructions and anxieties. Visitors brought reports. Workmen, contractors, enslaved laborers, hired laborers, craftsmen, and officials all participated in the making of the place. A vision of enlightened education entered the world through contracts, wages, materials, and human labor. That labor, as with so much in Jefferson's life, included the shadow of slavery. Enslaved workers helped build and maintain the university, and enslaved labor supported the surrounding world from which the institution emerged. The university was dedicated to liberty of mind, yet it rose in a slave society, near plantations, under the guidance of a man who still held human beings in bondage. This was not an accidental contradiction added later by critics. It belonged to the founding circumstances of the institution itself. Jefferson's Republic of Learning did not escape the Republic's deepest wound. The first students arrived in 1825, when Jefferson was already very old. The opening did not bring perfect order. Students could be unruly, discipline was difficult, and the habits of young men did not always match the founder's serene hopes for Republican education. Yet Jefferson lived to see the institution begin. That mattered greatly to him. Of all his public achievements, he chose the university for his epitaph, placing it beside the Declaration of Independence and the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom. The presidency, Louisiana, party leadership, and diplomatic service were left off. He wanted to be remembered as a founder of freedom in language, conscience, and education. While the university rose, Jefferson's debts worsened. The problem had been gathering for decades through inherited obligations, agricultural instability, building expenses, hospitality, books, family needs, and the larger financial habits of Virginia planter life. Old age did not release him from arithmetic. Creditors remained. Notes came due. Land could not always be sold easily. Family members worried over the estate's future. Monticello, which appeared to visitors as the home of a sage, was also a place where financial pressure entered rooms, letters, ledgers, and conversations. Jefferson's grandson, Thomas Jefferson Randolph, took increasing responsibility for family and estate affairs. Randolph saw more plainly than Jefferson sometimes wished to see how serious the debt situation had become. The family explored ways to preserve Monticello and protect Jefferson's household from ruin. Among the most painful measures was a request to the Virginia legislature for permission to hold a lottery to dispose of property and raise money. For a man revered as a founder, the need for such relief was humiliating. Public honor and private insolvency sat very close together. There is a hard material fact beneath the late life reverence. Jefferson's estate treated enslaved people as property that could be valued, mortgaged, inherited, and sold. Debt therefore placed enslaved families in danger of separation. The financial collapse that followed Jefferson's death would lead to the sale of many people from Monticello. This gives the late story a grave underside. The beautiful house, the letters, the university plans, the visits from admirers, and the old man's fame all stood within a legal and economic order in which human beings could be used to answer creditors. Jefferson understood his decline in body with the same mixture of control and distance that marked much of his life. Age brought pain, weakness, and dependence. He continued to write when he could, receive visitors when strength allowed, and follow public affairs through correspondence and newspapers. The old appetite for knowledge did not leave him. Even as the body narrowed his world, letters still connected Monticello to Boston, Washington, Richmond, Europe, and the minds of younger men who wanted some part of his blessing. John Adams remained present through correspondence. By the 1820s, both men were relics of an earlier political world and living symbols of the Revolution. Their friendship had survived estrangement and returned in old age to a form neither could have imagined in 1800. Adams wrote from Quincy with his own burdens of age, memory, family, and pride. Jefferson wrote from Monticello with elegance, fatigue, and the practiced calm of a man who knew his words would be preserved. Their letters gave the Revolution a long echo, carried between two houses by post roads and time. As the 50th anniversary of independence approached in 1826, public committees invited Jefferson to participate in commemorations. He was too weak to attend, but he answered in writing. His final public letter, addressed to the citizens of Washington, expressed his sense that the Declaration had become part of a wider human cause. The letter was formal, elevated, and conscious of history. Jefferson knew what the anniversary meant. He also knew that he was near the end of his own life. The writer of 1776 was now being asked to speak to a generation born after the Revolution had already become memory. The date carried an almost unbearable symbolic weight. July 4th, 1826, marked 50 years since the approval of the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson lay at Monticello, weakened by illness, surrounded by family and attendants, while the country prepared to celebrate the words he had written as a young man in Philadelphia. The physical details should remain spare. He had lived long enough to see independence become national ritual, long enough to see the Constitution established, parties formed and changed, Louisiana acquired, Washington burned and rebuilt, slavery expand into new crises, and his university opened. The life had reached the edge of its own century. Jefferson died on July 4th, 1826. John Adams died the same day in Massachusetts. Adams's last words were reported as a reference to Jefferson still surviving, though Jefferson had already died hours earlier. Whether polished by memory or preserved with accuracy, the story became irresistible to the nation. Two old revolutionaries, once friends, then rivals, then friends again, left the world on the 50th anniversary of the document that had bound their names to history. Public memory could hardly have invented a more fitting convergence, and because history gave it freely, memory held it tightly. The deaths turned immediately into national meaning. Newspapers carried the news. Orations were delivered. The coincidence of the date was treated as providential by many Americans, a sign that the founding generation had been sealed by heaven's approval. Such interpretations belong to the commemorative habits of the age. They also softened harder truths. Jefferson died honored but heavily indebted. He died as the author of liberty but still a slaveholder. He died as the founder of a university, but within a society that denied education and freedom to many of the people whose labor sustained it. Memory chose the anniversary first. Jefferson had prepared his own epitaph, and its omissions are as revealing as its claims. He wished to be remembered as author of the Declaration of American Independence, author of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. These were achievements of language, conscience, and education. They were not offices. He did not name governor, minister, secretary of state, vice president, president, purchaser of Louisiana, or founder of a political party. He selected the acts that expressed the republic as he wanted it understood. The choice was not false. Jefferson really had given enduring language to independence, helped secure religious liberty in Virginia, and founded a university of lasting importance. But epitaphs are acts of arrangement, not complete biographies. They tell posterity where to look. They do not require posterity to look only there. Around those chosen achievements remained the plantation, the debt, the enslaved families, the political conflicts, the constitutional compromises, the Western expansion, the racial theories, the private dependencies, and the public brilliance. Jefferson's life cannot be held honestly by the epitaph alone. After his death, Monticello did not remain safely in the family as the serene shrine visitors might imagine. The estate's financial condition forced sales. Furnishings, land, and enslaved people were dispersed. The household world Jefferson had built began to break apart under the pressure that had been gathering, while guests praised its grace. This aftermath matters because it returns the story from symbol to consequence. A life lived among beautiful designs still had to answer to creditors. A plantation arranged around one man's mind left many other lives vulnerable when that mind was gone. The country, meanwhile, continued to use Jefferson. Political movements claimed him. Democrats, Republicans, states' rights advocates, expansionists, educators, religious liberals, and critics of centralized power all found something in his words. Abolitionists and civil rights leaders would later return to the Declaration's promise and press it against the exclusions of the founding. Defenders of slavery also tried to claim parts of Jefferson, especially his racial fears and attachment to state authority. He became not a settled inheritance, but a contested source. This is why Jefferson remains difficult. His greatness is not imaginary, and his failures are not incidental. He helped articulate the most powerful language of American liberty while living inside and benefiting from an order that denied liberty to others. He distrusted power and held power. He feared empire and enlarged the nation. He praised education and built a university in a slave society. He loved reason and carried prejudices that reason did not cure. He was neither the marble figure of patriotic memory, nor a figure who can be dismissed without losing sight of what his words made possible. The last 4th of July, therefore, does not close the story with perfect harmony. It closes it with convergence. Jefferson's life met the anniversary of his own language. Adams's life ended the same day, linking two old rivals in national remembrance. The Declaration moved farther from the fragile politics of 1776 and deeper into American ritual. Monticello remained on its mountain, beautiful and burdened. The university opened its doors to future generations. The debts came due. The enslaved waited on decisions made by law, family, and creditors. What Jefferson helped invent was not a finished America. It was an America of arguments, promises, exclusions, expansions, reforms, evasions, and recurring appeals to words written before the country had become what it claimed to be. His life gave those words extraordinary force. His life also made clear how far words could stand from practice. That distance became part of the nation's inheritance, and it did not end with him. The boy from Shadwell had become a lawyer, revolutionary, author, governor, minister, party leader, president, architect, planter, educator, debtor, and symbol. No single title can hold him. The Virginian who helped invent America left behind language strong enough to outgrow him, institutions marked by his design, and contradictions large enough to trouble every generation that returned to his name. The story of Thomas Jefferson settles at last among the things that remained after him: the mountain house, the university buildings, the papers copied and recopied, the letters folded into archives, the words that moved farther than the hand that wrote them. Monticello stood with its rooms, terraces, dependencies, bookshelves, and views over the Virginia hills, no longer held together by Jefferson's daily attention. The place had always been both vision and burden, and after his death, the burden became more visible. Furniture could be sold, land could be divided, families held in slavery could be carried away from the mountain by the same laws that had protected the estate while he lived. Beyond Monticello, the University of Virginia opened into its own life. Students crossed the lawn, professors entered pavilions. The rotunda held books at the center of the academical village, as Jefferson had wanted, placing learning where older institutions might have placed a chapel. Brick, column, roofline, and library became a physical argument about what a republic should value. The founder was gone, but the arrangement continued to speak in the language he had given it: order, inquiry, proportion, and public education. His written words traveled even farther. The Declaration belonged less and less to the summer room in Philadelphia where it had first been drafted, and more to the generations that used it. It passed into ceremonies, school books, newspapers, speeches, court arguments, reform movements, and conflicts Jefferson never saw. Its most famous claim became a measure held against the nation itself. Men and women excluded from its promise returned to it, not because Jefferson had fulfilled it, but because he had written it in a form too powerful to remain safely inside the limits of 1776. The contradictions remained as well. They did not dissolve into anniversary speeches, and they did not disappear beneath marble portraits or careful epitaphs. Jefferson's life left behind liberty and slavery, reason and prejudice, public simplicity and private dependence, suspicion of power and the exercise of power, love of education and the exclusions of his age. These were not small inconsistencies at the edge of the story. They belonged to the structure of the world he inhabited and helped create. History does not need them softened in order to remember his brilliance, and it does not need his brilliance denied in order to face them. In time, the founding generation receded into names, dates, paintings, monuments, and preserved houses. Jefferson became easier to quote than to understand. His sentences grew more famous as the conditions around them grew less familiar. the Virginia of his birth, the Philadelphia of independence, the Paris of monarchy and reform, the Washington of unfinished streets, and the old Monticello of family, debt, labor, and books, all moved into the distance. What remained nearest was language, and language has a strange endurance when nations keep returning to it. The little mountain kept its place under changing light and weather. Paper aged in libraries, ink browned, stone held the warmth of one season and the cold of another. At the university, footsteps crossed brick paths long after the first generation of students had gone. In the fields and records of Monticello, other names remain too, some preserved clearly, some only partly, some nearly lost beneath the habits of the world that recorded property more carefully than lives. Jefferson's story ends without becoming simple. It rests instead in the long space between what America said and what America was, between the sentence and the society, between the house on the mountain and the country that kept arguing over his words. The hills of Virginia stayed where they had been before him, holding roads, trees, fields, and stone in the slow patience of the land. The papers remained in their boxes, the buildings remained under the sky, and the words once written by a young Virginian in a rented room continued outward into the unfinished republic. The journey is complete. Rest well.